shoot. You can see the bullets slamming right on their get out of this compound, go and take that fight. He's going to jump down, he's going to go to the other side. He's going to take 97X there, but oh my god, a precise grenade.
Fighting is a plane that is going to run fast, and there's men inside the house. Well, having been written there about a mod, but one for 10 kills already on the board for their time, and the other for a lot more here. And then triple with all white. I think the players I have the most elimination so far. I might be
out of the third party at that point in time. Forward, it's not going to something make it connected, and it's all over to your whole entire team can get eliminated at that point in time.
Right, don't think it's that one. He's going to have to take that same as HORZ now. He's with that.
Right, and oh my god, 17 elimination for the team. Right, that's 8. Oh my god.
It's the next line. It was simply possible connection.
No! That's not the way to go. A lot of damage on the ball. Now he's going to throw that grenade, which instantly he's going to connect that. He will connect all shots. Guaranteed to do a 1-2. A lot of damage. A lot of damage.
62 not bad. What's in the copy there? Rush one to kill one more. And we side him.
For getting damaged and being knocked down by Scarletta. It's a big one. But Genesis. The player is stranded and he gets taken down from inside of the car all the way outside. Back the way this lobby is actually going. I can somewhat say that yeah, it's gonna go.
No more recalls, no more respawns, all the other just one, whatever match you have, you have to play with and die or he knocks down for the next right now. Look at that, oh my god.
He takes the fight face to face with Murphy. Murphy takes him down. It's a knock and a confirmation of winning. But one player from the right. Who is he? That is the guy that has the best opportunity of taking upon the player. Because if it does, he'll have to fight to a 1v1 full team. But that is almost the 30 minutes marker. The match is going to end within like 28 minutes. Oh, Pride Trader. Are you serious? You tried once again? Nobody made any sound. Why? Because now you have the confirmation that nobody's on the rooftop of the player and you're surviving in this proximity in this area. The grenades are going and that splash damage is getting up at this point in time. It all comes down to the fact that okay, who's gonna push who? And Mateo is going to be the
whatever. And that's gonna be the redemption of the hats. Just get eliminated once again. Not a good spot to be in. You
can see that there's no fear of anything. They're like, yeah, let's just see what happens. No way. The team that is on the very top is right now getting a lot of damage, but NGX Esports goes down with the two players, no players whatsoever, but HL
flash, one final flash coming for their side, and you have an elimination, but they might be getting in there soon.
The first one to get a knockout, I think that team will definitely establish the heart that anybody at whatever the cost is. What are you going to do? He's going to take one. He's going to take, could have taken the right one after. That's what he should have done. But that grenade is going to instantly finish the player.
When he sees them, he's going to have the wrong back in the wrong time and sink his.
Come on. That's a perfect opportunity, but wait out that perfect opportunity. Go the reload. That swing is not going to help you. It did definitely do a lot of damage, but still, you're surviving. You're still surviving. You're still alive with 20 more bullets. You did a 1 down, and without we're seeing that 2-1, the solo man remaining in the game. He jumps in. Why? Because he has a double barrel shotgun. The moment he's gonna go close, 2 shotgun barrels are gonna affect him. But
get revive, bro. The push is gonna come. So he might get the kill, and yes, he does. Rondo claims it though. For him, I'm pretty sure. I have no idea what it is. Wow, knockdown. Wow. Team Pride now trying to get a confirmation completed.
Careful. You don't want to overstep your boundaries. You don't want to
Pride have 4 men still went behind the lot more between Africa. He perhaps could stand there and he's alone. And then
one down, that's Steve down. Car is gone. Thirst gets S-Power down. Senki is also down on his knees and finished up. Straight up. But he's cooking that grenade. He only got one. He only got one shot. 1 second. 0 seconds. That's gonna kill him. That was a flash. That was a flash. The Molotov.
Full flash for 1 flash. And using the great box one, he's completely surrounded. What can he do?
Cooper is just clear. Throw that grenade.
He has the smart for that. You know how that's happened. And you know, get the number 1 then. Yeah, it might be that way. Maybe that's what they do before. But now, so far, so good. Cheer, fight 1 more kill. It's so
down. We're getting 7 minutes back. Right now, we're deciding outskirts of the system. So it's all done. Both from the round. Let's take it.
fight go.
They are struggling, but Pirate.
2 points. I'm about to get the 100-point mark, and I think one thing is that they are a little bit too far out of reach. So if you want 1 more player, they might lose them all. And Ski's close one. It's going to go in for the engagement. This is the player yellow. That's fine. I promise you, number 1 squad is locked in, and there's nobody, I repeat, nobody taking.
Right? They are on the very top. They're one of the few players that on the
and that's what I can say. All I can see online is crazy, man. They've been they've left 13 more players, and at this point in time, Pride have 2 players standing. Zenzi, they're going to find a good stuff to get 2 people. He does confirm that kill, and they start to get a little bit of life here. Spring Zenzi and Sports, and they're going to have to
forward player. Another team, the shots come around, but
just looking really good. 2 on-balls is what the future of this club. Tensky tries to play there. Oh, good skill. Tensky. I'm going to get knocked down. He can knock him down 1-by-1. Corona, why would
playing today to top 8 from yesterday. They have qualified for grand finals now. We just got that confirmation. No Rack Smoker. He just got smoked out of the game. And Cider Goat comes around with his connections. Did a lot of damage. Jump fire. Did not made any kind of connection.
Showtime, showtime, showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the IGE Community Series Africa, brought to you by IGE. PUBG Mobile action at its finest. And we are in the finals. We had the semifinals for the 2 different groups in the past 2 days. Carl was on the hot seat. He experienced the action live and in HD. So Carl, what are your expectations in this final?
I mean, to be honest, myself alongside Torix, we had an amazing day, amazing 2 days around the casting and the semi-finals. Every single team brought us top tier action, and if we're going to talk about the teams that we won in the Cal 4, we're looking at the top 2 teams from each of the different groups that happened the 2 different days. Particularly, I want to have a very keen eye on a team like Team Pride, which you saw them, they got, what was it, 118 points on day 1. They were absolutely dominating on every single lobby. Even if they were not getting the winner chicken dinner, they were still getting the MVP, or the 1 player from their team was always on that MVP. I think at the end of the day, they did have 3 players on the overall top 5 players. So Team Pride is one team I'm definitely looking out for. And of course, HORZ Esports, who did take up the second group for yesterday. So yeah, there's a lot of action to expect. And also our dark horse priest Elevate Esports. Only 3 maps played, and they happened to finish top 4 yesterday.
Ooh, Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the horse's mouth. You heard it from Big Cow. So, chat, based off of that, who do you think is coming out on top? Because you've got HORZ Esports, Elevate, we've got Team DEJAVU, we've got Neon Outlaws, Wolves Esports, TUE All Stars, we've got Blood Pact, Genesis Gaming, Royal Academy is in the mix as well. Synthesis, One Take Esports, OTE looking very confident. Vanta Legacy is also in the final. Pain. The world shall know pain, as we all will know. Horn Legends also one of the ones we're gonna keep our eyes out for. And Freestyle with Team Pride, and Kyle has already started glazing. So we already know what teams to look out for. Chat. Kyle is already on it. So that's what we are going to keep our eyes out for. But ladies and gentlemen, I am excited, and I hope you are going to be excited as well. You've seen a couple of these teams. We watched the semifinals, we saw how they played, but the finals is always going to be different gravy. These teams are always going to have to play a different way because they know that it's all about winning now. It is all about winning. It is all about getting that prize. It's all about becoming the champion. That is what matters to them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we did talk about that yesterday, so it's all down to this one. A clean slate. All the points you've been able to gather the past 2 days, they're not really going to count in this one anymore. They're getting wiped on a clean slate, and you now have to show up again and show up even better because now you're facing the top 8 teams from a different group. So there's a lot of back and forth here, and you have to give it everything you have. We did talk about the fact that maybe some of these teams might have not been going all out, given all the strategies they have on the maps, because of course they know grand finals is if they won the top 8 already, they knew grand finals were the target, and that's where we're gonna have to give it everything they have. So maybe a couple of dark horses coming out from nowhere. I also want to have a look at Freestyle yesterday. They were phenomenal. They were getting steady eliminations on every single map, just not able to get the perfect placement points. But in the end, I'm pretty sure there's still one team that you want to go looking for. Literally every team in the grand finals are teams you want to go and looking for. But in the moment, Chris, look at the map run out once again.
Yes, sir. 6 maps, all gas, no brakes. We kick off with Erangel, we head over to Miramar, and then Rondo, and then we flip it all over again on its head. Interesting enough, Rondo being the last game is always going to be very interesting. That dynamic, it changes things a little bit because Rondo gives teams the opportunity to recall teammates. So the strategy going into those last 2 games, Miramar Rondo, is going to be very interesting though to see who is going to come out on top and whose strategy is going to pay off in the slightest. But ladies and gentlemen, like we said, it is the IGE Community Series brought to you by IGE. PUBG Mobile action like you've never seen it before, and the teams are vying and ready to get on that plane, take off, and land straight into Erangel for match number 1. But chat, let's get your predictions. Leave all of Kyle's glazing. Let's leave Team Pride. Let's leave HORZ Esports. Let's talk about the underdogs. I'm looking out for the likes of TUE. I think they have what it takes to play pretty decently in the finals as well. Elevate, we know them. They know ball. They know how to play in the final as well. So we're going to see if they will step up to the plate. But Kyle, outside of those teams, like Team Pride, HORZ, the guys that did do spectacularly well in the semifinals, what other teams do you think the audience should be on the lookout for?
Well, I think you already mentioned one of them, TUE All Stars. They started the very first map 2 days ago on the Erangel. They started it so well, and then they started to fall off. But I think they want to be on the lookout for Horn Legends. So you did also call them out. My God, those players, there's every single player in that team, an absolute monster, and they can carry their own weight. And of course, Vanta Legacy, we did see them yesterday, consistently in the top 3, top 4, top 5 in every single placement. So I'm pretty sure that's also one to in the first place. I'm going to say every single team you want to look out for, but I'm just pointing fingers at these couple teams who did give us a lot of standout performances, and I'm hoping to go and see what the action is going to unfold. Again, our first map, Erangel, really kind of the smallest map for the 3 of them, but it's going to also be the pace setter. So if you're watching this right now, make sure you're leaving hearts for whatever you're supporting. Make sure you're also putting your predictions in, because this is about to be a crazy grand final, and we are here to walk you through the whole thing.
Yes, sir. and walk you through it we shall. I mean, a lot of excitement going in here. We know that, remember, this tournament, the winner takes home a very, very nice little prize pool. So we're fighting for we're fighting for something special here. So everybody got to lock in. Everybody has to be locked in, and I think it's just one chance. That's why the stakes are so high. It's not a 2-day final. It's not a 3-day final. It is one shot, one chance. You have to make every point count, and you have to start now. It's not one of those scenarios where you play good in game 1, you play good in game 2, game 3 you start to fall off, like VANTA legacy, like we saw them do off a little bit there. It was a little bit tricky for them, but in a final with only 6 games to spare, you have to be on top of your game at least 5 times out of 6 if you want to be very, very consistent, and if you want to put yourself in that upper echelon of winning teams. So Team Pride and the likes, like HORZ Esports and a couple of other teams that have shown their mettle over these past 3 days, or at these past 2 days, they've been very consistent. But now this is where it really matters. Yes, they're in the finals now, but it is anyone's game, and I believe the game is kicking off already. Well. Action is on the scenes here. Bullets already flying through Neon Outlaws inside of the military base. They've gotten the first elimination. Beekeeper, the one to open the floodgates, open the scoring for Neon Outlaws. Again, PUBG Mobile. I need this skin. Carl, they're always shafting me. This game, all the cool skins, I don't get any though. Like, you, although I don't spin, but I, even based on my aura alone, I should be getting something like PUBG Mobile. You guys need to.
yeah. I
You
mean,
guys,
it's
you
Christmas,
guys,
come on.
come on,
Seriously
man. Like,
pissed, man.
what we saying? Like, what we saying? Like, you guys, like, they're playing with me, bro. They're literally playing with me. But fair play to them. But playing path, I think it cut right through from east to west. We've got a bunch of teams on the western side. The north pretty empty. Is going to be very interesting though to see who comes out on top and who plays the right cards here. 3 versus 1 though. TUEL Stars getting absolutely surrounded here. They've lost a player already, and they've lost arguably the most important one. Is T21. He's been sent back into the lobby. Crossbow from Pappy. That is very ambitious, though, shooting a crossbow from that range. But I mean, in a scenario like this, though, Carl, what do you think is the smarter choice? Do you run, or do you battle it and duke it out? But again, getting eliminated this early in the game, it is not good for morale.
Yeah, it never is. I mean, the one thing about Erangel is you need to go and survive. So as much as you want to go all out and start to get those eliminations counted in your favor, you also want to make sure you're playing smart, because survival and placement points also are going to be the major thing that your team has to go and account for. Mind you, Neon Outlaws, we do have a special little title for them. Yesterday we saw them start off the first 3 maps. They were at number 1. They literally had it on lockdown, and then map number 4. They played well. They fell off. Map number 5, they were the first team out. And I mean, I think it was map number 6, I think. They were the first team out. It made no sense. And they just lost all the placement they had gathered in the first 3 maps. And I mean, a team like Neon Outlaws today, they're also one team you want to go and have your eyes on full time. But like you did say, 2 All-Stars, they've already lost a player. But they're still playing around there. They're just looking for any potential engagements coming through. But in that kill feed, we are finding a couple kills here and there. And also, mind you, only 15 teams loaded in. Sorry, 2 teams did not make it to the very first map. One of them.
And well, that's not the best way to start, but I think it's one team. I think it's HORZ that didn't make it in, unfortunately. Hopefully, they will find their way in for the next game. But that is already a major L that you're taking there. Points on the table, getting lost out. Bo on the outside as well. S12K from X, getting him chased down. And All Stars have a lot of work to do here. Neon Outlaws have them pinned in every single corner they're trying to play out of. But I think the better idea here would be to get a semblance of where Neon Outlaws are trying to operate from. X is the linchpin for this engagement. Pappy plays in behind though, and he has been spotted. That was the danger. Beekeeper's position is going to be absolutely utilized there as Pappy's been knocked away. Good grenade from X, but no idea to seal that one through. But they are getting boxed into the corner there, and that guy has a clear sightline onto that position. X continues to apply pressure as he bounces the grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. and he tries to go for the finish, and the job is done. X was the trigger man, and that is what you love to see, a team that knows how to coordinate. And take a look at that. It was X, he was the key to that attack, and he executed perfectly. 4 eliminations for Neon Outlaws is a very good start for them, Carl.
Yeah, I mean, if you're to you all stars, you did warn them, but unfortunately, they didn't actually hear you, so they couldn't hit that command. They had to have, eventually left that. You already lost one player. It wasn't looking good for you. You might as well have left the part of the map, and they just stayed on through, and they were just not able to win that engagement there. But ultimately, though, they are going to be the first team out. Yes, the actual first team out. As we now have 14 more teams in the lobby and 53 players. And well, things, if we're still in stage 1, we're about to make our way towards that stage 2, but there's still a lot of time on the clock here. So, I mean, this is like my friend Turks would say, it's loot, 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 and then shoot, shoot, shoot. So teams are still looting, still farming, trying to get those utilities up, get the ammunition they need, get all the weapons they need towards, the last couple of stages, and of course the last couple of engagements that they are going to need to get if they want to go and win this map.
Smart choices, though, if they actually do go ahead to win it. But again, playing path gives a lot of credit to how these teams have dispersed themselves. We still have a plethora of teams on that western side, though, and there's a chance there's going to be a whole lot of rotations coming in late, especially for zone number 3. And that is where things are going to get very, very shifty. But we do have some teams trying to play more central. The likes of Synthesis sitting on quite nicely in that central position. Team Pride inside of Primorsk Southwest haven't decided to make their moves just yet. They're picking up on all of their utilities and stacking it up. Hopefully they will be able to find their way into the zone without having to go through too many obstacles. That southern side, very open for them. Elevate as well, crossing the bridge in the south, just out of military base. Interestingly enough, they're not a team that loves to play in the center of the zone, though, but if that is what it takes for them to get the maximum points, they're a team that does love to adapt. Pain as well on that western side, very close to the edge of the circle. Now, Carl, you've seen how these circles are. Do you think it's always ideal for a team to play closer to the edge of the circle, or are you one of those people that likes to just be in the middle of the zone at all times so you don't have to worry about the zone being behind you or any of those things?
I mean, personally, if you're asking me as when I played the game, oh, bro, I love to stay inside the circle. I don't want to go through, having to rotate and then getting put down abruptly. But I mean, for this professional players, I think a lot of them, you'd rather want to stay around the edges. So you're picking off teams that are trying to make it into the circle. That could give you a lot of eliminations. If you're able to win your gunfights, that is. But it's also a 50-50 risk and reward ratio, because if you can't get kills, then they're going to put you down, and eventually you're going to be the team getting wiped out. So, I mean, a lot of these pro teams, they don't stay around the edge, but then the safer thing to go and do, if you're Carl, you would want to go and stay in the middle of the circle and just make sure you're playing safe. But yeah, these guys are the pro players, and I'm the caster for a reason.
Well, we're about to see for ourselves, right, how this plays out. It's going to be interesting because the first game always sets the tone. It always sets the precedent of how the rest of the teams are going to play, how they will adapt, how they will, claw their positions, especially after that first chicken dinner. It gives a lot of nuance as to how they want to play going forward, especially seeing what the points will do going forward for some of these teams, because when they see certain points, they tend to play certain ways so they can match what the top teams are doing. And it's more reactive than proactive, but sometimes it works, so they keep doing that exact same thing. But right now, phase 1 of the circle closing in, and teams are going to get tighter and tighter to each other. And some of these teams, they are much more balanced when they play inside of compounds. They have more defensive structures. Most of the other teams, they do love to play around the terrain. Teams like Team Pride, they don't like necessarily hang around inside of structures. They love to play around areas. They like to control regions of the map, and that is how very, very solid teams that are very offensive. They just like to control an area. They don't like to be inside of buildings or compounds, the way Genesis Gaming is playing right now, inside separate buildings, compounds in an area. The likes of Tribe, the likes of Pride, Elevate, they will play in this area, but they will not be inside of the building. They will be more around. They will have buildings inside, but they'll be more around. And that's something that I think more teams should try to adapt to. But we'll see, because I'm really going to be interested in see what kind of strategy wins in a lobby like this. I'm very, very intrigued to see what is going to happen, especially for this game number one.
Yeah, I mean, solid advice, Brice. I would say that's really good advice. But at the same time, I think that a lot of these teams are like looking at the gun skill level. If you know you go up against a team like Team Pride, you're probably going to lose the gunfight. You're probably going to lose. You're probably going to get wiped out in open combat. So you want to be a little bit more tactical and play from out buildings, play from behind rocks, play from more of a defensive kind of gameplay where you're only counter attacking when you have to attack. But like you said, teams like Team Pride, teams like Elevate, they are going to push you and do what they want to do because they have the gunfight skill. They have that synergy in the team to go and do what they want to go and do. But teams like, I mean, if I was playing this event, me, Carl, I know how bad I am, so I would be interviewed in the whole freaking time. But yeah, that's why I'm not playing. I'm casting anyways. But again, 14 teams are still left, by the way, and we are already at that 11-minute mark. So stage 2's loading in, and so far it's really a slow start to Erangel.
Yeah, much slower than I would have liked. We did see some early engagements, Neon Outlaws getting their hands dirty, but the rotations and the movements have already started to get on. Oh, and Team Pride and Neon Outlaws are locking horns here. This is not a fight I was expecting to see, but it looks like that will be the game here. Neon getting absolutely pummeled here by Team Pride. And Pride about to secure their first couple of eliminations as we saw Beekeeper get pulled out of his vehicle there. They told him, Bole, your box stop is here. And outside you go. That guy has to circle outside. He's getting chased down by Traitor, but you got to respect the commitment from Traitor there. One-man vehicle and still continues to press forward. That guy goes to X. They cannot afford to lose two players in one fell swoop, in one fell engagement. But it looks like that guy got a little bit too carried away there, and he might fall as well to the M4 from Yen. But Beekeeper succumbs to his injuries. He goes down. X as well. 2 core out in the open. There is no chance. And that guy's vehicle might be going up in flames there. He manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off guard. Neon Outlaws down to just a solo player. It is unfortunate, but that is the cost of doing business, and they have paid it in full.
They really have just one final player and he's left standing. I mean, you did go and talk about Team Pride and how aggressive they are, and so far they're showing exactly why you did call them that. They tried over to claim that kill finally. And if you only yawn, I mean, they started the game so well. They got the first 4 eliminations off of our team, and now they look like they're about to be the ones who are getting wiped out. That can't be good for them. As you can just see, Pride immediately go and get that 3rd placement on the table right now due to those 3 eliminations that they just bagged. So if you're Neon, the last one standing, I think you want to now going to start playing a little bit safe, playing a little bit tactical. But I haven't really seen much of Elevate Esports, but like I did say, this is one team that personally I have so much focus on, and I'm just hoping to go and see what they're going to do. But I mean, right now, this might be every single one of the 15 teams that did load in. They are absolute monsters, and they are definitely aiming for that trophy, no doubt.
Yes, sir. That trophy is all that matters to all of them. Neon Outlaws, they've lost 3, but they still have 4 points on the board. It is still about the points, but they are 3 men short, and it's all going to be, the pressure is going to be on that last player to see how far he gets into this couple of circles that are coming up ahead. We've got about 60 seconds until the next zone starts to move, and it's looking very, very central into that that position. We've got Miltel, we've got Farm, just all of those areas. I think we've got a little bit of shelter in there as well. Interestingly enough, Rozok has been forced out of the play zone. Pochinki is still very much in it, but we will see if there is more to be done. I mean, if Neon Outlaws still stayed on military base, they will probably not be dead by now, but it is what it is. I think they just moved a little bit too early. I think this would have been the best time for them to move. And what a time to be alive. Blood Pact immediately taking quick action. And Yen is going to be the first victim of chaos on this exchange. Pride will lose their first man as well. And Blood Pact are going to show them something nasty. Not what they were expecting, but Iceman is in the corner. Shebang.
Shebangy bangy. Right now, though, there's a lot of a fight happening on the kill for you can see that coming through and Score Daddy. Why would you go back to pick that? That's a reach out that I wouldn't really advise. But anyways, our Stray fan to kill Marife is gonna get put down. I do like the Marife, why are you running? But Marife is gonna get put down there, and the kill not confirmed. They might be able to get a rare reason up, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Later being cooked by two defense players. They're looking for a throw. Valley hasn't found for either of them, but there's kind of two teams around here. They're looking for that confirmation. And of course, Marife finally gets put down. McKee confirms that kill. And Genesis Gaming, well, did you have 3 players standing, 1 man downed, and 1 more player has now been down. He's not been confirmed, but that cannot be good for them. They need to make sure they're not taking fights that they don't have to go and take. We still have 14 teams. Only 1 has been wiped out, but it's looking closer and closer to the point where we see about 2 or 3 more teams going 4.
That's a very interesting dynamic that these two teams have actually found themselves in. Potential third party in the mix here, because I believe it is a Blood Pact that just pulled up to the scene there, or is it Wolves Esports? I think it's Wolves actually that just pulled up to the scene there. They want a piece of the action as well. They're feeding the intel to the rest of themselves there to make sure they do not get caught out. But hopefully, I think they've learned that this one is just a little bit too much for them. They cannot burn resources on this exchange between, Genesis and One Take Esports. One Take did lose to Saint and Marife, have been packed and shipped back into the lobby, but they will still hold on. It is a 3 versus 2. It is anyone's game here, but Genesis have the upper hand with the extra man. Hopefully they capitalize and make sure that the job is done, because the more they linger there is a big chance that another team will pull up and pick up the scraps of whatever engagement goes on between those two teams at that stage. Stage 2 of the circle closing in about 20 seconds. And now the next phase of the game is going to keep most of these teams in perspective. Do we want to stay here? The zone is probably not going to be in this area in the next phase of play, so they have to make the right calls and they have to make the earlier calls. But it looks like One Take just want to hang in there. They only have 2 players left. You cannot blame them. They don't have too many utilities to take in a 3 versus 2 there. But hopefully we'll see if that is going to be the case. And take a look at that. The play zone has shifted, Kyle, over to the eastern side, and more teams have been forced out into the open, and everybody has hopped on their bikes and their vehicles and they're out of there. The rotations have started. In this type of zone though, Kyle, if you're outside of the zone, where do you think the best place would be?
I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of chances that you don't want to be caught off guard by any of the teams. So yeah, you probably want to go towards Milia, but at the same time, you're gonna have the idea that there's a lot of players already in there or making their way in there. So you don't want to get caught in the crossfire of any team. You want to play it a little bit safe. You can see one team up on the northern angle there. They're literally not moving. I think they want to take their time, let the other teams go, rotate into the sacrifice, and then they start to come in from behind step by step. But it can be rewarding, and it also can put you in a lot of trouble. But I mean, somehow it's the 18-minute mark, and we still have 14 teams. Well, I'm pretty sure I did not see either Erangel yesterday get to this point with this much teams. Literally.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is what a final gets you. That is what playing in a final means. Most of these teams now, the strategies change. The high risk plays, you don't get to see it that often because they know that there's a lot at stake now, and it's going to cost them if they make any, silly mistakes. MLK being one of those ones, he must have to be very careful there before he has a dream and finds himself back into the lobby, not the one he would have liked. Zeke and Switch also playing behind. They are sitting quite nicely inside of that farm area. They're spread out quite coolly, not having to deal too much damage across, and they're not packed in, so I think they should be fine. Ooh, Devil got a little bit too carried away there. Gets knocked off his vehicle and gets flushed immediately by Logic. One knocks, the other one finishes, and that is what you call teamwork that makes the dream work. Pride have to be very careful now. I mean, I have no idea why they left that area. I figured they would have hung around there just a little bit more to gather more intel on the amount of teams they had around them. Unfortunately, they will lose another player. They're getting caught out, and it's not Elevate. Elevate is not the team you want to get caught off by, but that is the case. Team Pride, as they say, goes before a fall, and they've had 2 players that have fallen away.
Yep. I don't know if that's quite the scenario they imagine, especially seeing how how really dominant their name is on paper. You wouldn't really expect them to lose so much players for the early game here. Well, not really early game, but in the early sets of eliminations, because not a lot of teams have been wiped out. Literally, only one team has been wiped out. Somehow, Neon Outlaws are still surviving on just one player who's making it his life's duty to make sure he doesn't fall to the hands of any of these teams. But in the meantime, though, we're still looking at. We are on stage 3. We're about to make our way to stage 4 in less than a minute mark. So that's going to be, again, all the teams have to make sure they're in within that circle. And of course, playing towards that next circle board. Now, before I even finish that sentence, all teams are going to get wiped out. And finally, one team falls, and we have 13 more at the 20-minute mark.
43 players still very much in the dugout, though. And some way, somehow, Neon Outlaws still have that solo player that's scrambling around, trying to, you can see him on the feed there, inside of the shack, just chilling. He's in the zone. He doesn't have to worry about too much. There's a chance someone's going to run into him very soon. But right now, he's good on a couple of utilities, got a couple bullets in there, 400 rounds of 5.56s. I think he's fine for the foreseeable future. So all he has to do now is just chill out and make sure he sees this through. But right now, play zone circles up again quite nicely, and guys from VANTA already outside, and Pain as well. But Pain are trying to hold that northern side for themselves. They are in a 2-2 split, and they are very comfortable as well. The guys from Wolves also in that western position, playing much deeper and play closer together, as opposed to the likes of Elevate that are still outside, where they are in a 3-1 split with Logic playing up front and Monarch playing in behind. Royal Academy also similar idea, but not inside of the zone just yet. Synthesis, on the other hand, have been in majority of the zones. In the past 3 zones, Synthesis have been comfortable. They've not moved a muscle. Pretty sure they have gathered a lot of intel. The only problem here, though, is they haven't gotten any elimination, so they have to be very careful, because the first team they run into is going to give them a really, really tough time. DEJAVU, on the other hand, they do not like the shots there that Freestyle was sending their way, so they will have to come up with much more creative ways to avoid, conflict.
Yeah, probably. And they're going to see Blood Park. I think 8 here has got a little info on those 2 players uphill, trying to get any shots he can find. But I mean, at the same time, if you're going to start shooting at them, you need to remember that you're also going to be giving out exactly your location and where you are, and they might go and come for you. But I think there's a player else in the building. Somebody just come into the building there? I think so. I know that is his teammate. Oh, of course, it's his teammate's Carl. But in the meantime, though, we are going to be restricting the plays and once again in the next 30 seconds. We're currently stage 4, and very soon we're going to be making our way to stage 5. Look at that kill fit. The Synthesis are finally going to get their first limb, and it's going to be, well, can they get a little more? They started to get twice line. You did talk about them. They've been really comfortable for the past 3-4 circles. They've not had to move any time at any point in time. But now teams are starting to make their way towards them. So now they're going to be forced to go and start fighting. And look at that, 21 trying to get kills. We have half that window, but he has found one, but can he find any more? And of course, one more team gets put down, 12 more and 14 more players in the lobby at the 23-minute mark.
And since the last time the zone moved, we've only lost 3 players. That is to tell you that it is really going to go down to the wire. And the big dog teams, they're getting absolutely overrun here. Neon Outlaws still has 4 eliminations. No team has topped them. Blood Pact has equaled them as well with 4 eliminations of their own, but they haven't added anything to topple them and take that #1 spot. But right now, Genesis as well, also with 3. Team Pride also with 3. Wolves with 2. And Elevate with Synthesis 1 apiece, and a whole bunch of 1s and a whole bunch of 0s, a whole lot of binaries in there. Pain trying to make their way into that next phase of the zone there. They're trying to circle back into that open space, and No tries to deal it in, but unfortunately his spray is not as good as he thought. He misses all of his shots. Pain now have an idea on where that action is coming from, and they will set their sights onto that area, but the play zone has shifted from that position, so everyone has to be very, very wary of what they want to do next. Headshots, gotta be careful there. You cannot give your head pause all the way through. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what it is. PUBG Mobile action. It is the IGE Community Series finale. And who is he? Getting knocked away by FAQ, VANTA Legacy, putting B2A to the guys from Team Pride, and Pride go out as they have been eliminated in 12th place, and you will only see this happen in the finals, Cal.
I just exclaimed, wow. I did not see that coming. And I think, the number one team I had taking the very first map, they even wiped out. So it's literally down to the wire. Anybody can go and claim it now. Team P in Africa, by the way, they still have all 4 players. And they, of course, are another team that you want to go and put your eyes on. But at the moment, I mean, Neon Outlaws, they still have the one player who has been surviving for, I think, the past 25 minutes all alone. At least in the past 20 or 15 of those. And he's been all alone, just trying to make sure he doesn't fall. And Royal Academy now starting to get a fight there. Monarch's going to get put down. Smoker gets fallen down as well. Third party comes through, and Blood Park's going to make their way in there. It's now 3 teams fighting, and of course, one team is going to have to fall eventually. And we're seeing DEJAVU lose members. FREESTYLE comes on the kill phase, taking a citizen member down. But I mean, right now, there's a lot more team fights happening than we have been seeing for the last 25 minutes.
And that is what you get. Stage 5 of the circle will put everyone to the test. Neon Outlaws managing to steal 1 elimination with that last player before he got sent back to the afterlife, but not untoward, nothing too bad for them. 5 points for game 1, not the worst thing in the world. But right now, Elevate Esports, can they elevate themselves to a chicken dinner? Grenades flying all over the place, trying to turn into a red zone. And Royal Academy trying to keep their distance between themselves and Elevate and the rest of the opposition there. But the danger in playing too close to the zone is now when it's time to move, you have no choice. You will expose your position. The smokes have been laid out thick for them to see that vision. But FAQ, here comes the corners as well. S12K straight to the chest there, drops that one. And Vanta immediately pressing forward, but King had no idea, gets knocked away as well. Open space there for Wolves Esports. They've been perching in the corners, looking to reap where they did not sow, and it's working out in favor for them, but they will lose out. Genesis Esports smell blood in the water. They take it upon themselves, get the first drop, and another one. Mike trades off as well. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the Mini 14 will do the job. Elevate up 4 eliminations now, and we are down to 18, 16 players. Carl, it is going absolutely haywire right now.
Yeah, this is what we talked about. When the zone starts to close in, teams are going to get forced to give all the action they have, and a lot of team fights coming through, a lot of nades being thrown, a lot of smokes, a lot of third parties as well. And if you elevate again, Soga find to kill there, Synthesis comes to the Pan Africa, lose a player to the zone, it's going to be Chia. And right now, there's so much action happening at the same time that you can't even throw the whole thing. Synthesis is milk, they switch, they have all 4 players still standing. They are the only team in the whole entire lobby to have every single player still standing, and they're looking like they could probably use that to good numbers. But I mean, we are in the top 8 teams, and every single team now is at least assured of 1 point of placement here, Priest.
Yes, sir. The placement points have started to rack up. They have started to add up. But now what does that mean for some of these teams who are still yet to find their footing? As DEJAVU have a player out in the open there. I believe he has been spotted. Hans is spotted as well from MLK. Spotted him right through the smoke there. All he needed was a touch, but Thugger will respond in kind. Mini 14 straight to the dome, but Logic immediately takes that quick one. Tams goes down as well. Elevate in all of this chaos. They will still find some bodies to drop. Wolves, on the other hand, trying to nullify that position as well for themselves. They're down to just 1 player. Itachi, no chance for him now. He goes out as well. And Pain will have to advance their position. They're too far out into the zone. The smokes, they're driving through. Synthesis now trying to hold everyone through. Zeke into that corner, immediately sending shots. MLK with a sight line and a half there. The entirety of that southern position being held together by a string of a thread courtesy of Synthesis, but they will go out 1 by 1, and now they have the numbers advantage. Elevate now, they're trying to play this slow and steady, but the grenades are flying through from Bonnie. Their Pain about to make Logic know that he can feel some pain. Pulled immediately out of his vehicle there, no chance for him, but Bonnie's exposed there. Zeke immediately takes a quick shot. The M4 rings out and he goes down immediately, and I believe it is going to be just the father of many nations there, Abraham, but no chance for him either way. Zeke puts an end to that one, and that will be the end of the road. And now we are down to 3 teams: Blood Pact, Elevate, and Synthesis, with Synthesis racking up 10 eliminations. And this is a team that has played this very, very slowly, Carl. We saw their positioning, we saw their rotations. They didn't have to move too much. They were central the entire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trades off into the right-hand side, and 21 was able to do something there, gets the drop in. And can Bloodport capitalize on this, though? He does, actually. MLK goes down, but the team is there to the rescue. They get the job done. Chicken dinner synthesis.
We know chicken dinner. How good it feels to see that again. Well, and then, like you did say, Synthesis are one of the very few teams that I didn't think had going to get in the very first map. God, they started so slow. Literally no elimination on the board for at least the first 20 minutes. They were comfortable in the circle. They didn't have to move whatsoever an inch. But I mean, it did pay out because they were just waiting till they got provoked and they started to fly around, getting all the eliminations they needed to get. And of course, the #1 placement point. So if you're Synthesis, the strategy back to map 1 Erangel, and I mean, you're currently sitting pretty at that #1 on the overall table. So wow, look at these eliminations. 5 all eliminations for Milk, and also 3 for Zik. Damage being done 1,100 damage, my man. Wow.
Solid numbers. I mean, this was more of a team effort, right? This was a team thing. It was pretty much a team game. These guys played as a unit. They played as an absolute unit. They played this to perfection. They stuck together. They didn't give away too many, unnecessary eliminations to other teams. I mean, we can tell how solid they were. We had a bunch of throwables used in this game as well, and not even up to 5k in heals. That's quite interesting. Couple of headshots around the board there as well. 22 minutes on the clock. Interestingly enough, we had over 11k in damage points, so that should tell you there's a whole lot of fighting going on, a whole lot of reviving as well, but not enough to shift the total dynamic of how the teams have played so far. We also did have a couple of eliminations there, just a couple shy. We didn't have all of the squads in the mix, so it could have been something different. It could have absolutely been something different, but we'll see. Now game #1 has given us a little bit of an idea of what this lobby is going to look like. But Zeke, the MVP for Synthesis and for match #1. Now this is something some players are not going to take kindly to, Zeke being the MVP. Now the MVP race is going to be on and in full swing, Cal.
In full swing, no doubt. But I mean, 8 eliminations on the board, that's quite a lot. I mean, on day 1, interesting fact, every single MVP of day 1 had exactly 7 eliminations, and it was more like a ritual. Whoever's going to claim the MVP has to have 7 eliminations. On day 2, we had a variety for sure, and on day 3, the grand final was the very last day. I'm hoping as well we do go ahead to have a variety. But don't forget, a different player on this same team had 1,100 in damage points. So I mean, like you said, it was an absolute team effort, and we are 3. Look at the top 8 teams. My God, look at the top 8 teams.
23 points on the board for Synthesis. Very good start. Not the craziest start you would see, but a very good start. Absolutely good team performance. 12 points though for Blood Pact, looking like they are trying to chase the game relatively very early. Elevate, showing exactly what they are made of. 10 points on the board. Pain with 7. And then we've got Genesis and Royal Academy with Wolves and Vanta Legacy all tying with 5 points apiece. Now this is where it's going to get very interesting. No points on the board for TUE Horn Legends, but One Take Esports did manage 1 point. DEJAVU with 2, Team Pride with 3, all coming from eliminations. Also Neon Outlaws with 5, also all coming from eliminations. Freestyle shared it across the board, 2 placement points, 2 eliminations, but that puts them only as far as 10th place. This is where it gets interesting. Now the foundations have started to get laid. 23 points in match #1. Synthesis have set they've set the pace for these teams to follow, Cal.
Yes, they have, no doubt. And of course, just rightly so, two of their players are going to be top two in the overall top players. You can see that Zeke and Milk. I mean, Milk wasn't what I was talking about, 1,100 damage. Also, Elevator able to get two players there, so Thorga and Logic. And of course, Blood Park able to one player in, which is going to be Malefic. And all of them, well, 30-minute survival time being the highest. And that's going to be Zeke and Milk for Team Synthesis. Like he did say, 23 points, and they're already looking very good. But I mean, it's just my point, Brisky. We have 5 more maps to go. We have Miramar, which is a little bit more aggressive than Erangel. And of course, we have Rondo, which is the most aggressive of all. And then we have rinse and repeat of all 3 maps. So there's still a lot more of PUBG Mobile to go around. Don't get comfortable. Don't get complacent. And of course, don't get too cocky if you're any of these teams, especially if you're Synthesis.
You know, Synthesis, you got to watch your back now. Match 1 was done and dusted, and they came out on top. Now, that is something we have loved to see. But every other team has ideas now on how they want to play, on which pattern they want to adapt. It has been very interesting watching them so far. Synthesis, we saw how they played in that game. They stayed very central. They didn't really move around too much as opposed to the other teams. They didn't cover too much distance. But when they got into the final third, they started to squeeze the zone. They started to occupy more and more space because they knew what areas were free to take based on the fact that they had been in that area for the longest time. You know, probably there for like 5 days just chilling, and the game came through. So fortunately for them, they capitalized on that and it worked in their favor. But now I don't think they can play like that in the next map. It does, you know, playing like that in Erangel is going to be fruitious, maybe first time and maybe another time as well. But Miramar and Rondo does not allow you to play that way, so you have to get creative with how you want to finish those maps. But it is not for us to decide. So ladies and gentlemen, the action kicks off. We'll be right back after the break. Stay tuned. Grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish, and that guy's vehicle might be going up in flames there. He manages to try to escape. The devil catches him off guard. He now goes down to just he goes down, and not what was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini have a player out here. DEJAVU spotted, Tams spotted as well from MLK. The flying from Golden, their pain about to make Logic go that he can feel some pain full immediate entire time. Off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner there. Logic trade grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that guy manages to try to escape, and then he catches him off guard. Here now goes down to just
and he's been all alone, just trying to make sure he doesn't fall. And Royal Academy now starting to get a fight there.
He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off. But the mini DEJAVU have a player out here. DEJAVU spotted, Tams spotted as well from MLK. The flying through for goal. They're pain. About to make Logic know that he can feel some pain pull immediate entire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner there. Logic trade grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that guy manages to try to escape. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini DEJAVU have a player out here. There's spotted, Tams spotted as well from MLK. The flying people holding their pain, about to make Logic know that he can feel some pain pull immediately entire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner there. Logic trades grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that guy's manages to try to escape. The devil catches him off guard. Here now goes down to just he goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini DEJAVU have a player out here. DEJAVU spotted, Tams spotted as well from MLK. The flying through from pain. About to make logic know that he can feel some pain. Oh, immediate entire time, and it's paying off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their logic trade grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle. That guy's really much manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off guard. Neon Outlaws down to justice. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini have a player out here that spotted, times spotted as well from MLK. The flying through from Morning, their pain. About to make Logic know that he can feel some pain. Oh, immediate entire time, and it's paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic says grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that guy's manages to try to escape, and then he catches him off guard. Going out there now. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini DEJAVU have a player out in the open there. We get spotted, times spotted as well from MLK. The flying through for Morning, their pain. About to make Logic know that he can feel some pain. Oh, immediate entire time, and it's paying off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trade grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that guy manages to try to escape, and Devil catches him off guard. Going out there down to justice. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini spotted as well from MLK. About to make Logic know that he can feel some pain. Oh, immediate entire time, and it's paying off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trade grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish, and that guy's vehicle might be going up in flames there. He manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off guard. Going out those down to justice. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini DEJAVU have a player out here. They spotted, times spotted as well from MLK. The flying through for Morning, their pain. About to make Logic know that he can feel some pain. Oh, immediate entire time, and it pays off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trades grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that guy's vehicle might be going up in All right, I think we're hot. I think Mike's hot right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, showtime. Welcome back to the show. It is the IGE Community Series. It is the finals. We just had a banger of a game. First game down the drain. One game down, 5 more to go. Cal, you just saw one of your favorite teams get knocked out, and that tells you that, okay, this final is kind of different from what we saw. You know, you were flaming Torix for his bad predictions, but now you've taken over from him. I don't even know who's worse between the two of you now. I don't know who's worse between the two of you, but hey, fair play still. But you know, it is what it is. Brand new map, Miramar, the desert map. You got an experience of it yesterday. You saw how teams play around the map. You know, it's filled with a lot of, you know, mountains, valleys, that kind of thing. It's up and down. No, not too many flat surfaces. So the strategy required there is very, very different. So now, based off of what you saw in game number 1, do you think Synthesis are going to be very consistent, keeping it up? Do you think they have what it takes to, you know, double up on that performance, or there's this thing that usually happens to some teams when they win a chicken dinner in the first game. The second game, they just capitulate. And especially in finals, there's something I've noticed. So do you think Synthesis are going to step up and double down on their performance?
I mean, I think if there's anything I've learned so far from the last 2 days of casting with Torix and, you know, watching all these amazing teams, by the way, play, it's that no team wins 2 back-to-back without chicken dinners. It's really hard to happen. It's really hard to do. And then most of the time, they might be able to keep up that pace, but then we're always going to see a whole different team or maybe 2 or 3 teams just rise up from nowhere and then start to dominate in the next 2-3 maps out of map 1. So map 1 is always a one-of-a-kind kind of thing, and then the next 2-3 maps, it's just 4 new teams that we didn't really see do too well on map 1 or did average. It just starts to pop off and then they don't stop. So if you're Synthesis, this is the grand finals. Hopefully it's a different ball game and you actually keep popping off, because I mean, you won the first map, you don't want that to be your only map 1 and the only placement points you get as number 1 right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So chat is going to be live right now. We're going to see who is going to come out on top. It's going to be very interesting nonetheless, though. A lot of teams now are going to be gunning for that number 1 spot. They've seen Synthesis, they've seen what they can do, they've seen how they can capitalize on them. But is there a chance? Is there an opportunity for them? Because again, you have to be very locked in. You only get 5 more chances now. First game is done. You only get 5 more chances to try again and again and again until that last 6th game where we finish up in Rondo, and then you decide for yourself what is going to happen next. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what the finals are about. The pressure is mounting on all of these teams that are yet to find out what it takes, because some of these teams have not secured any points just yet, and someone in this same lobby has secured 23. So that is to tell you that there is a little bit of disparity there, and that gap needs to be closed some way, somehow.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, starting map 1, so it's never something you want to do in the grand finals, because it's so much at stake, and I don't think anybody wants to go to slow you down, especially Synthesis. They've won the first map. You're pretty sure that these guys are not going to be looking to slow it down. They're going to do everything they can to, even if they don't win another winner in a chicken dinner, they're going to go for as much as eliminations they possibly can, and of course as high a placement point as they could possibly get. But in the meantime, there's a map loads in, beautiful aerial view, and the teams, this is the calm before the storm, and we are about to go into the farming simulation. The teams just go and pick up all the weapons they need and the utilities as we start the game officially here, brother.
Playing path gives us an idea of where everybody wants to land and where everybody wants to go. Interesting enough, we're seeing teams that have similar ideas here, similar playing path orientation, making quick decisions here, but is it going to be effective? Because look at the likes of, I believe, Elevate and Wolves. Oh, not in the best course of action there. I'm pretty sure Thogan knows that he cannot press forward because this guy has just picked up an M762, so you gotta be careful. You don't want to go rushing in there with no helmet and no vest. You're gonna be turned into Swiss cheese. It will Swiss cheese your way.
Also, just to remind you, HORZ have still not connected in, and I mean, brother, these guys were touching everybody, and I mean, inappropriately yesterday, and now they're not even able to connect for the first few rounds. That could not be good, and yeah, pretty slow start for them. Hopefully, they can go and find a way to make it up in the next 4 maps, because I mean, we did see Elevate come from 3 maps down to start in the last 3 maps and then finish in top 4. So, if you're HORZ, you haven't lost all hope, but 2 maps out in the grand finals, yeah, I don't think we're going to get that winner chicken dinner win at the end of the whole event. But at the moment, though, there's a lot of team fights happening and a lot of numbers of Veggie being shut down. As Genesis have lost 2 members, and Wolves Esports are about to lose 2 as well.
Ooh, not the start they were expecting to have. Elevate, they know how to play in these positions. They've already started to capitalize there. Fabian just hopping and skipping around there, trying to keep the rest of his team up and about. Champ has been spotted. Goes down, courtesy of Logic. Taking another one up onto the press. that they are trying to initiate here against the guys from Wolves. Logic already making a play for it over to that right-hand side. He's playing through and he's playing quite nicely. His position has already been compromised, though, so I don't see him surviving this encounter. They did put up a good fight, but doesn't look like much there. Molotov already launched inside, and he's taking damage as well, getting forced into the corners, and that is a job well done. Logic putting him out of his misery. Wolves, unfortunately, they will not howl tonight.
Yeah, not the best start in the map for them. Not the best start, not the start they wanted for sure. They're going to get wiped out, so we'll see you in Rondo. But in the meantime, we have 14 teams still standing, so a lot more PUBG Mobile still left to go and happen. And just like last map, you know, we saw the first team get eliminated in the first 5 minutes, and we said the exact same thing again. Are we going to have to wait till maybe the 15-minute mark before we start seeing more eliminations? I do doubt it, because like you did say, in a map like Miramar, it's a lot more engaging, it's a lot more aggressive than Erangel, so I do expect to see these teams go all out to start to get more teams put out before we go and even get anywhere near that 20-minute mark.
Interestingly, we are seeing more and more teams get engagements very early. You know, VANTA being one of them there, and Bounce from Genesis trying to avenge some of his teammates with that earlier exchange, but not the most ideal way to kick things off. You do not want to start a final with 2 of your teammates getting absolutely cooked this early. It's not the best way to start things off as well. Genesis in a very, very tough pickle. They've not necessarily been a team that has found their footing just yet, but they have been very, very, very proactive so far. So, you know, sitting with 7 points inside of that top 5 is a good start, but they are not the only team with 7 points as it stands. So they got to do a whole lot better. But we will see. Vanta Legacy also with 7 points. Again, birds of the same feather. They're all flocking together. Hideous twins, I like to call them. But Genesis, if they can find their footing, they might be able to turn this around. But for a team like Synthesis now, you know, Kyle, you see them, they're sitting on top of the lobby right now. They've had a very decent game. Do you think it would be smart for them to stick to that same play style that they used in game number 1? Do you think it's going to be ideal for them to play exactly like that? Do you think they're going to get the same result, or do you think they should take more risks and even extend that gap between themselves and elevate?
I mean, the first thing first, if it works, don't fix it. You know, that's I think the common motto that all the players know. But at the same time, though, we have talked about Miramar not be like Erangel. It's more of that. There's actually a couple less buildings, and there's more of, you know, plains and valleys, and you need to make sure you're not, you know, being left out of the action. And if they want to go and decide to go and play that, take that safe route again, I think like a lot of the teams right now know, okay, this is what Synthesis have done the first time. They wait for us to come to them, so the teams might be able to go and counter that. Strategy wise, I think strategy should change every single map. You can't use the same strategy in Erangel and expect that to work on Miramar. But I mean, if it works, then who am I? I might be proven wrong. But in the meantime, though, they do have the 1 elimination on the board and 24 points on that table. And well, let's see what they're going to go and cook. But of course, 4 eliminations already found for Elevate, and these guys are always up and running, up and gunning, if I do say so, when it comes to getting elimination on their team.
We're seeing how that is going to press forward. 21 being a real savage here. First elimination goes his way. DEJAVU, they've seen this before. They've seen themselves get cooked like this by Synthesis, and he's probably going to play the exact same way. Arcane, the next victim, he goes down as well. Courtesy of Zeke. Zeke is on that MVP tier, and DEJAVU will lose another player, and I think they have been cut down to just a solo man. The last one that is going to have to try his best to drag them across the finish line there, but it just got 10 times tougher being the last one left in a desert map like Miramar. It's going to cost a lot for him to get into that final third, but we'll see how well he manages going forward. Payne, on the other hand, They had a pretty decent game in match number one, but yes, they still left a lot more to be desired. After that performance we saw from them in the semifinals, I think I was expecting a whole lot more. And now we get a little bit of semblance as to what is required to win in a lobby like this. Patience is one of those things, but you have to be very, very incisive and decisive as well. So we'll see who comes out on top. But right now, Elevate, 4 eliminations, they're sailing, but Synthesis have also added 3 to the mix, and they're sailing as well. It is looking like it is going to be a 2-horse race in this Miramar game, Kyle.
Yeah, I think it might just be those teams at the top because as usual, we've talked about them. Elevate for sure. I'm no surprise there, no shocker. Synthesis, a little bit of a shocker, but I mean, like you did say, it's gotten finals, and a lot of teams are going to come out. They are going to be showing their true colours, and that's exactly what they're doing. So far, everybody else below the table, from number 3 downwards, they have a lot of points to go and prove. To go and kind of have a kind of showing, especially on a map like Miramar. Again, 14 teams rather on the map still, 47 players, and we are about to hit that 9-minute mark. And we are also less than 3 minutes before we go and enter into that stage 2. In the meantime, all the teams are still, getting a little bit of surveillance around the whole map, trying to get a team fight coming out. 2 All-Stars, going to see if it's trying to get that run, but no value found, and it's going to get thrown. So, of course, there's going to be a competition coming through here. And if you're Thorga now, instead of maybe being aimed towards you, so you don't want to go and make the mistake of going into the house at the wrong time.
And that is true. That is true. You cannot be caught on fresh. But Logic gets caught out in the open there and immediately gets packed up. End of the road for him. TUE now pressing forward. They're holding on. Pappy goes down, and a bit of a trade-off immediately as well. Thugger will be the next one to follow through. Monarch trying to make a quick sequence of this one. Fabian to the corner. Might get him job done, but he sways through. T21 goes down as well. Bo takes a hit, takes a couple more shots. Scar L into the corner again, and he might try to hold it down, but there's too many of them, and that is how Elevate tend to play. They overwhelm, they swarm, and they get the job done. And all this without losing a player in that sequence. I think they lose one, but it was still enough there. Dead gets the final hit. DEJAVU will be sent back into the lobby, but what a sequence from Elevate. Again, they're a very difficult team to eliminate. You can see the way they overwhelm teams. You're fighting this guy on this side, then there's another guy on the other side, and there's another guy on the other side, and you get absolutely overwhelmed. And unfortunately, the guys from TUE just had no answers.
Yeah, no answers, unfortunately. And they are going to have just one player standing now, just make his way around the map. And Marifa, I mean, whenever I see Marifa, it's him dying. It's not really me watching his POV, it's him being put down. So Marifa, you might have to do a little bit better than that. In the meantime, we're Academy here, one to Esports, just trying to get a team fight that's being thrown towards that house. So if your score daddy is gonna connect, wow, properly timed. I wish I could do that, man. I'm just too bad at the game. I'm too bad.
Well, Royal Academy are not bad. They're not bad at the very least. So that should tell you something. That should absolutely tell you something. But nonetheless, they have been an amazing team to watch so far. Putting in that work. 3 eliminations to the good, though. They did lose Smoker in that exchange. But, I mean, what is one teammate for 3 eliminations? Teams are always going to make that sacrifice. They got to do a little bit of Kanayo action, sacrifice one teammate, get four eliminations. Is all part of the game. That teammate who's, the sacrifice is done for the greater good. But Saint is right there. And I think Yang knows he is, but he's not moving a muscle. He's not giving away his position. But anybody that walks right through that door is going to get blasted away. But now they hear him. The moment they sing the grenades, they know. And he spins around into the corner. He's going at M249, though. Saint, is he about to turn everyone here into Swiss cheese? No, no time around. AKM straight to the chest. Backs them up, end of the road for him, and they're shooting up his crate as a sign of disrespect.
Yep. I do love violence. I don't think I can say that enough. I love to see body shots. I love to see create shots. I love violence. I love to watch violence, but I don't love to partake in violence. So if you see me in your lobbies, guys, please do not do that to me. I probably am going to cry, bro. And then one thing esports are going to get put down. Now we have 11 more teams at the 12 and 30-second mark. 12 minutes 30-second mark right now, and the time is going really fast. The teams, well, they also having a lot of action happen very fast. Synthesis, however, are still standing strong. Every single player active, all 4 players with 3 eliminations on the board. And of course, who has the most? It's Elevate at 7.
Elevate. They're elevating again. They're adding more and more as the game goes on, and they are pressing forward. Neon Outlaws have lost one of their teammates. Again, this is a team that's pretty decent in Miramar, though. It's very unfortunate that they're losing players at this stage. It's not something that I've expected to see from them, but it is what it is. But now there's more to look out for, because there's a whole lot of teams that have similar play styles, similar ideas. They're trying to execute the exact same thing here. It's all about who actually gets it done in a better format and who actually has the utilities to get it done. I think Blood Pact have spotted Neon Outlaws here, and they are trying to keep them at arm's length, and it seems to work, as Neon have learned that they cannot gain entry into the next phase of play from that particular position, but they will keep tabs on Blood Pact for the foreseeable future, just to make sure that they will not be clashing into their position going down the line. And again, this is what Intel always gets you, right? The smart play, the smart calls. You move on time with the information you're gathering in real time. It's just very unfortunate that some teams tend to lose, one of their players when they are trying to gather intel. That is the risk that comes with having to, move a man forward. But it is all part of the game, just having to get a lot of information inside of this game, inside of this map particularly. You have to be in the right spot at the right time. And Neon Outlaws, again, getting into a little bit of a pinch. That guy pulls up. Abraham is in the vicinity, and now they have to do something.
Something indeed they have to do. So looking for any information they can give out whatsoever. But I mean, on the meantime as well, look at HORZ Legends. They have not been able to get a single elimination on either map, and they are sitting pretty at number 15, which I would argue is dead last, because HORZ don't even count. So it's literally dead last right now. If you're HORZ Legends, that can't be good, especially saying how much glaze we had, on your name coming into the map itself and into the game day itself. And one more player for Spain Africa, on the other hand, they start to get a little bit of a life there, but they haven't been able to get a single kill put down in this lobby. They have all 4 players standing still, though. That's the important thing. If you're going towards the late game, you want to have every single number you can take in there. Here we go. Of course, first player gets put down. They're going to lose 1 player, and that's going to be, of course, who is he getting put down. And they have 3 more. Fights going to come through. The trade fight is 1 there. Aggressor gets put down, and that's going to be Blood Pact on RKO Fade, finding a kill of their own.
Oh, well, Team Pride have turned it around. They have flipped the switch. Didn't manage to get one of their teammates knocked away in that exchange, though, but not the worst thing that we've seen so far. Probably have to try again, though, to hold the sequence there. A couple more shots from Yen. Goes for the closer. Iceman has been spotted. Has to be very careful, though. Cannot put his body on the line that way. 2 eliminations so far for Team Pride, and the play zone is closing surely, and they are trying to keep the rest of these teams out and keep them at bay here, trying to hold the entirety of this play zone. That is the Pride way, and Yen had to be very careful there. He takes a couple of shots, but just enough to seal the lines there, and it works just as expected. They get the drop on Iceman, I believe. He got a little bit too complacent there and immediately gets knocked away while trying to focus on Traitor, but it looks like Toxic from Blood Pact who spot Traitor as well. That's a fantastic grenade from Who Is He, but unfortunately not enough to get the job done. The smoke's already coming out in sequence to reduce the pressure on them, and DEJAVU has to be very careful there. Who Is He is also trying to administer a couple of bullets across. He has to be very, very careful. Cannot give away another knock to the guys from Blood Pact at this stage. The pressure is on Pride right now, Kyle. Big pressure on them right now.
It is, and I mean, if you're Pride, there's so much respect in your name, and it looks like you're being disrespected here. You have all 4 players standing, yes, but they're also not at full health, and you're in a very bad spot. You do have the upper ground, though. You had higher ground, so you could use that to work. then you have to be flawless if you're going to make it work. So far, on the kill feed, I mean, they're just starting to play safe. On the mini-map, you can just look at teams starting to come in as well towards that region. The sucker's going to start closing in as well, so you might eventually want to start moving out of that particular location. But then once you move, you're going to give the opponent a chance to go and find out where your location and exactly how to go and attack you. But in the meantime, we are currently in stage 3, and we have about 2 more minutes before we go and start making our way towards that stage 4 mark. And the table at the top, not a lot has changed. We do see one team that has made their way up there, and of course that's going to be blocked back to one now. Sitting pretty at number 3, Royal Academy having set down a little bit there, but not by too much. Teams are still doing everything they possibly can to maintain their placement points. We are currently on 11 more teams, 3 more teams put down, and we are going to be starting to rack up placement points. And I'm pretty sure that's the most important thing to a lot of these teams. If you've made it this far, you might as well start to get a placement point. And look at that kill fit. Switch going to find a kill there. Synthesis is trying to get one more. He's shooting at the vehicle. Might be able to get that knocked down, but I think the answer is going to be no. His aim pretty much as good as mine, but I mean, you can't blame him. It's really, really fast.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot blame him, not even in the slightest. But right now, VANTA Legacy down to just 1. Only 3 eliminations on the board. Elevate now making quick work of the guys from Neon Outlaws. Not the starts that Neon Outlaws were hoping to get, but it is part of the game. That guy goes down as well, losing out for the 2nd time in a row. Monarch in that exchange, also getting caught up. But fortunately for them, they do have some smokes in the open spaces there. Can he go and pick up his teammate? Is a high risk because Beekeeper is also knocked away, but no chance for him. He's taking hits, and Monarch will be getting the job done. Beekeeper also will be succumbing to his injuries as he goes down as well. Oh, looks like Neon Outlaws are crumbling right now, Kyle. They're crumbling.
Neon next final player standing. I think Monarch has the info, so maybe a push. I mean, the one thing I like about Elevate, you did call that out as well, is they play very aggressive. They control terrains, and you can see that right now. They're not playing inside the houses, they are outside, and they are making sure that nobody can do anything to them. But right now, if you're a Neon X, I think you're about 4. You don't want to be the first to start the engagements anymore. You want to make sure you're holding the stage 4, but I don't think he's doing exactly that, because this isn't now they know exactly where you are. You should not have done what you just did. And now Monarch closing in, Thugger closing in, Favorite looking out for to make sure nobody comes and third parties them. I mean, the kind of tactics that these boys have elevates that. This guy's giving me so much joy watching them. And if you're X now, you're in a very bad spot.
Yeah, in a real bad spot, but he is very capable. Very capable, but then that DBS, there's only so much it can do for you when the grenades come knocking and they already have the grenades ready to go and immediately bouncing it right off the wall, perfectly launched. And Elevate will add another one on the board. 10 eliminations now, and slowly but surely they are creeping up onto Synthesis. They are reducing that gap if they haven't done so already, while on the other side of things, Synthesis are yet to add to their eliminations. They've only got 4 so far, and Elevate are about to triple that number. So this is what we're talking about. They need to do a whole lot more than Elevate to keep their hand on that trophy, to keep their head on that number 1 spot as the play zone closes down into phase number 4 of the next play. Who is going to come out on top, because now the play zone is going to hurt significantly more, and you cannot make any mistakes going forward.
VANTA Legacy, big mistake, bro. He was running away from danger. He saw a free house there and thought, you know what, this might be my next camping zone. And no, there was a man, sneaky man, waiting to pull him out of his misery. And of course, the last man for Pain Falls and Pain Africa have been eliminated. VANTA Legacy as well having just 1 man standing, and he's still standing strong. We're actually lying down strong in that building, waiting for anybody to go and make the mistake of coming through that door. But now we have 9 more teams, 25 more players. We're currently in stage 4, making our way towards stage 5. So the game is starting to get to that point where things are going to become very tense. And man, Priest, I am loving the grand final so far.
Yes, sir. So am I. And a bunch of teams also trying to make their way into that final sequence there, especially from the northern side. It's going to be very hard for them to make those rotations without sacrificing 1 or 2 players. A couple of players and a couple of teams have nestled themselves inside of the next phase of play there. They've made the right calls. They've made the right predictions of where the zone is possibly going to play from there. A couple more sprays again. Iceman, very low there, but managed to just bob and weave at the right right time, but his teammates, unfortunately, Gerardo has been spotted and will be sent back to hell by Devil. Unfortunate scenes for the Blood Pact squad because they have been caught on so many different angles. You can see the guys from Team Pride there marching into the zone in one fell sequence, trying to wrap around that corner from the northern position. They cannot allow Blood Pact to know exactly where they're entering the zone from, as they've eliminated the off-angle man. The amount of information Blood Pact have now on Pride's position is very limited. And Misfit from Genesis, all by his lonesome, refueling his car, and now he is on the move.
Yep, and I mean, 23-minute mark, about to get clocked in less than 5 seconds. So we're starting to get to that late game, and this is where things start to get a little bit tense. If you're Synthesis, you have all 4 players still standing. Mind you, Freestyle have all 4 players, and I think they're doing what Synthesis did last time. Because right now they just play in the circle. They're playing very safe. They're not taking any engagements. They don't have to go and take. They just playing it. Whatever comes, we take it. But in the meantime, we're just gonna farm, loot, get whatever we need to do, and get ready for whatever team fights we need to go and take. But yeah, right now they are doing absolutely no fights, no engagements. Bro, I mean, as usual, the most eliminations in the whole lobby at the time is still going to be elevated with 10 on the board, and I don't think those boys are stopping anytime soon. But now there's going to be Genesis and Misfit, the last man for his side, I think, and he's going to stay alive, definitely. So he's just going to drive the car away from danger and eventually, hopefully, into the circle as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something you would expect to see here. But Royal Academy, biting off a little bit more that they can chew there. They do not have the utilities to take all of these engagements, especially outside of the zone, though. It's going to take a lot from them. But Royal Academy, they do have the skill, but I'm not sure if they have the utilities. And then we'll see for ourselves how often they can turn this around. But Synthesis still yet to add to the eliminations. And even the guys from Freestyle, I'm not sure why they are so low, but unfortunately for the Misfit, Genesis will lose their last player. They go out in 9th, and now the placement points will start to count again. And it sets a precedent of how the rest of the teams there are going to make something happen. Tams with the M249, couple more shots over the top draw there, but Green Wolf unfortunately gets caught out in that sequence. Yang pulls up immediately to help his fallen comrade. Zeke has to press forward, the MVP from match number 1. He can smell blood in the water here, but the utilities come out just in time to reduce the pressure onto that position. But while all this is going on, Team Pride are also making their way into the next phase of the zone, and they're about to push all of these teams back.
Yes, they are indeed, and more. Milk find the kills there. Royal Academy in a very bad sport. Stam's going to get put down, so help out to come through, but they're both knocked down. This is not looking good for them. They have just one final player standing. He's in a different part of the map, so it might be able to stay. I lied. Yang gets put down. Of course, Royal Academy are going to get wiped out, and this cannot be good. As we are down to our final 5 and elevate Synthesis, of course, Team Pride, Freestyle, and of course, Blood Pact are the ones left standing. And we are getting close to that winner chicken dinner, Priest.
Very, very close. Synthesis coming fresh off that chicken dinner. Team Pride also need a chicken dinner of their own to level the playing field here. Synthesis have now started to add their numbers. They've gotten up to 7 eliminations this time around, but take a look at that. It's Yen now. Can he do something? Trader has an off angle on him, and he gets the shot off immediately. MLK goes down. Trouble for him as he's about to get flushed and sent back into the lobby. Immediately switching through. AUG in hand. Who is he with a drop of his own? And somehow Synthesis have bottled this. Switch gets caught out on rotation as well, and so quickly a full squad has been cut down to a duo courtesy of Team Pride, and now they've spotted Zeke and they pull him out of his vehicle as well. Majestic with a shot over to the other side, but who is he and Devil working hand in hand? They are working in tandem to deal damage to the guys from Synthesis. Iceman, how cold can he get here as he tries to make an advance into the next phase of the zone? But unfortunately for him, he gets sent back into the lobby, and not what he was expecting to do. But unfortunate scenes for him as he goes down as well.
Yeah, but now Team Pride starting to find a lot of value. All 4 players still standing. They're the only team that has all 4 players. I'm looking for a lot more. Switch now. Still start a player, a traitor. I think I went to go and jinx it. And if you elevate, you have 2 players standing. 1 more gets put down. Freestyle, lose a life. And oh my god, 2 teams are going to get wiped out. And our former defending winner chicken dinner owners are going to get sent out of the lobby. So it's all down to Pride, Elevate, and Blood Pact. And only one of them can claim that throne for Miramar Map 1.
Oh, wow. You would be very surprised at how this has turned out. And Team Pride, the only team here with 4 players alive. They have the numbers advantage. They have everything working out in their favor. All they have to do now is put the pressure on the rest of these teams, and the job will be done. But ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get any better than this. It does not get any better. It's getting absolutely top notch. And we're about to see who is going to come out on top. I mean, it could be anybody's game at this stage. The bullets are just flying around. And now Pride, they continuously apply more and more pressure against Elevate. They 4 versus 2. They've got 10 eliminations, and the job is about to be done on their behalf. We're about to witness that now. Utilities flying through, grenades flying through into the corner as well. Fabian goes down, no chance. And who is he goes down as well, and that will be the end of the road. Team Pride will take that chicken dinner, and it is well deserved, Cal.
All deserved. And you see, my glazing didn't go to West. I told you, I am not Torres, bro. I am totally Torres. You know, we are different fellas, different fellas. Yeah, my glazing go to West. We're not going to chicken dinner. Team Pride are not going to put it to shame, as they are going to claim a map. But I mean, we talked about synthesis, you know, about the strategy, if they're going to use the exact same thing, and they did not, because they actually did go out, start getting kills, but ultimately it still didn't work out. Like I did say, it's really hard to win the first 2 maps back to back, and of course Team Pride are going to go and claim that one. 5 eliminations on the board for Pride Z, and every other person in the team, 2, 2, and 3, do everything they have, and well deserved win.
Yes, absolutely well deserved. Teamwork makes the dream work. 4 players up, chicken dinner well deserved. They did everything right, and nonetheless they stuck to the strategy, and it paid off for them. Got into a little bit of some early things, some earlier engagements, but it did not falter them from the plan. They stuck to the plan, and it worked out in droves. We had similar stats like we had in the previous game, although more throwables in the Erangel game, roughly about the same amount of heals, roughly the same amount of eliminations as well. But we did have more revives in this game. We saw more players get picked up. We saw more less headshots than the other game though, but you know, pretty decent survival time. Lesser than what we had in the previous game though, but MVP is going to be Thugger, and like you said, that 7 number.
They bring it back. They brought it back. 7 eliminations on the board. And I mean, we're starting to see Elevate this guys, man. The one thing you can be very sure about them is, even if they don't get the winner chicken dinner, they are going to be up there in the elimination count, and also in the placement point count. I mean, when I saw them yesterday, these first 3 maps, get the next 3 maps, and they played so well, I said, yeah, this team is a team that I'm going to have my eyes very keen on for the grand finals. And as you can see, what? They are going to tie up the points here. 22 and 22. You might have got the winner chicken dinner, but we are also going to be on the exact same point level as you. And I mean, this could push them on the table. I don't think so. But yeah, they're still going to hold that number 2 place locked in for sure.
Absolutely. 22 points. I mean, interesting enough, you would see that they get 22 points and the chicken dinner, but Elevate also get 22 points. Back off, you know, off the back of that first game performance, that gives you that this game is this final is going to be bumper to bumper. Blood Pact as well, 10 points on the board with them. Synthesis also putting up a decent amount of points, but when you have the likes of Team Pride Elevate in your rear view mirror, you gotta do a whole lot better than 10 points. Royal Academy did get 7. Freestyle, Vanta tied at the hip with 5 apiece, and Genesis will add 3 to their tally. And on the other side, TUE 2 points to the board, and Horn Legends with one take, also with one. Pain, unfortunately, Eyeglass, Neon, DEJAVU, and Wolves Eyeglasses as well. Unfortunate scenes for them, but that MVP race, you know, Kyle, that MVP race, I think is looking very spicy.
Of course, it's looking spicy, man. It's looking spicy, and I'm pretty sure that it's probably going to be a player from Elevate or probably even Synthesis or Team Pride rather. I think it's going to be from those three teams. But ultimately, though, we've seen so many standout performances from individual players, so we might just go and get a shocker of our lives. But in the meantime, our overall top 5 players, Elevate have 2 as usual, Synthesis still have 2, but Pride Uzi comes in the mix of 10 and of course Team Pride. But you can see the flip out there. Zeke and Milk went number 1 and 2 after map 1. The Soga's going to make it all the way to that number 1 and push those 2 players down.
Woo! Thugger was in the mix though. Zeke now, Zeke, MLK, Who Is He, and Monarch in the conversations. Elevate, Synthesis, Team Pride. I'm pretty sure these are the top 3 teams as it stands. So that should give you a little bit of an idea on what you are going to expect. But yep, Synthesis, Elevate, Team Pride, the top 3 teams. Blood Pact in the conversations as well with 22 points, but they have to do a whole lot more if they want to enter those top 1, top 2, top 3 conversations. But right now, it's looking very, very decent. Synthesis, 10 points is a decent buffer, but they're only 1 point in front of Elevate, and all the Elevate have to do now is keep the pressure on and hope that Synthesis do slip up as we do head into Rondo for the next game. Royal Academy, 12 points to the good. Vanta Legacy also in the top 6 with 10 points. And the guys from Freestyle and Genesis also with 9 apiece in the top 8. On the other side, Pain, Wolves, Neon, DEJAVU, One Take, TUE, Horn Legends, and HORZ. Unfortunately, they have not been able to put in the required amount of work. Again, there's a team here with 33 points, and then there's now a team with 1 point. Kyle, come on.
Yeah, it's not looking good for you at that point in time. And again, don't forget, you do have 6 maps. Yes, that could be a little excuse you have, but you're losing the first 2 maps by 32 points. Yeah, you have to absolutely go God mode if you want to make a comeback from that. But in the meantime, though, Priest, I've not casted PUBG for more than 3 days in my life, but I can tell you, the one map that I love to cast, and I probably will go back to playing over and over again, is that Rondo map. That map gives me so much joy and thrill, and I'm so happy that is the next match we're making. The next map, rather, we'll make it our way to.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the IGE Community Series PUBG Mobile action that is finally brought to you by IGE. In-game esports absolutely cooking, and that's what we love to see. They're showing love and putting PUBG Mobile on the map even better. 2 games down, ladies and gentlemen, 4 more to go. Heading into Rondo, Kyle's favorite map, so he's going to lead us in when we return after the break. And he's taking damage as well, getting forced into the corner, and that is a job well done. Don't make any mistakes going forward. To push all these teams back. Down to a duel courtesy of Team Pride, and now the spotted V. Can they pull him out of his vehicle? Grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that's actually too much. Manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off guard here. Almost down to he goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending it off, but the mini have a player out here. Their previous been spotted. Times is spotted as well from MLK to flying through from Bonnie. Their Pain about to make Logic know that we can feel some pain pull immediately entire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trades. And he's taking damage as well, getting forced into the corner, and that is a job well done. Make any mistakes going forward. Push Grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish anthem, and that guy's manages to try to escape, and then he catches him off guard. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini DEJAVU, another player out here in their previous spotted. Time to spot it as well from MLK. Applying to Bomboni, their pain. About to make Logic know that you can feel some pain. Boom, immediately tire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trades. And he's taking damage as well, getting forced into the corner, and that is a job well done. Any mistakes going forward. Push forward, his team's back. Down to 18, let's get team right now. The spot is deep, and he's falling out of his vehicle. Grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish and that guy's vehicle might be going up in flames there. He manages to try to escape, and Devil catches him off guard. Here now goes down to Jeffrey's. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini another player out here for that spotted. Time to spot it as well from MLK. Applying to for body, their pain. About to make Logic know that we can feel some pain. Boom, immediately tire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trades. He's taking damage as well, getting forced into the corner, and that is a job well done. Any mistakes going through. Down to a dual touchdown right now. The spot is deep, and he's pulling out of his vehicle. Grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish anthem, and that guy's vehicle might be going up in flames there. He manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off guard. Here now goes down to just this. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini DEJAVU, another player out here for that. The spotted, time to spot it as well from MLK. Applying to for their pain. About to make Logic know that he can feel some pain. Boom, immediately tire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trades. He's taking damage as well, getting forced into the corner, and that is a job well done. Don't make any mistakes going forward. To push all his teams back. Down to a dual courtesy of Team Right, and now the spot is deep. Can he pull him out of his vehicle? Grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish anthem, and that guy's vehicle might be going up in flames there. Manages to try to escape, and Devil catches him off guard. Here now goes down to just this. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off.
Alrighty, guys. Welcome back to the Community Series Africa PUBG Mobile event brought to you by In-Game Esports. I mean, I'm pretty sure you enjoyed the highlight screen. For the one thing me and Priest enjoy more is casting, and of course, it's going to be Rondo. Priest, how are we feeling for this one, brother?
Yes, sir. Game number 3, roughly the halfway point of this tournament so far. You know, we do have 6 matches, and now we're about to enter our 3rd. The foundations have started getting built. We're starting to see those teams that we expected to show their level, and they have started to show their level, but there is still more to be done. There's still a little bit more to just edge one out over the other. The points gap between all of the teams is not that much. It is not that many, you know, from first place to second place, from second place to third. Very much touching distance. This game is where the final block will be laid, and who is now going to add on top of the points they've already gotten and extend that gap to make it much more difficult, you know, for the rest of the other teams to reach out and touch. But Rondo is what gives us that vibe, because it is pure chaos, pure violence, pure aggression, as bodies are going to be flying all over the place. Bodies are going to be in the air, bodies are going to be in the water, bodies are going to be on the ground, everywhere. That is what Rondo gives you, and that is what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, man, no doubt there, no doubt. I think it's not just we the casters, bro. If you on the stream, and if you all over 50 plus of you on the stream right now, you're pretty much excited to go and see Rondo. And of course, I see a lot of TU All-Stars fans in the chat. Big shout out to you guys, bro. TU All-Stars, well, they're attempting, are going to have to sit up if they want to go and finish in our top 3 for today. So far, so freaking good. We are headed into the biggest map out of all 3 that we have on display. And of course, the most aggressive one. So if you think this is the strategy from Erangel, it can't really work in a map like this. It has to be full aggressive, and it has to come down to your gunfight. So I'm pretty sure it's those teams that play heavy gunfight dependent and play very aggressive that are going to be able to go and enjoy this map. And please take it away, brother.
Plane path is pretty decent, though. You know, we've got 2 plane paths cutting through. We've got some teams over to that southeastern side, and then we've got some teams on the western side. But as we all know, Rondo, it starts with straight gas action off the rip. All of these teams with the similar ideas on how they want to perpetrate and get into the best possible positions, and everyone is on their grind right now. We've still got 15 teams and 60 players in the cut here. Nobody is missing out, and well deserved as well. But right now, test track is going to be a very hard spot, New York's as well, and a lot of teams are going to be running into each other. Well, that's something I just noticed there. Cars going to be picking up S12K in hand from Logic, and here they come. It is Synthesis against Logic, the top 2 teams going up against each other. Similar play styles, you know, is exactly what was expected. First elimination going the way of Elevates, though, so they do have the upper hand, and they are tied. That point puts Elevates at the same points with Synthesis, but again, Synthesis are going to press forward there. They will capitalize on this one. The angles very tight to the corner, tries to go for the second, swaps through, jump 21. Oh, what a finish. Synthesis 21. Can you do some for me? Can you talk to the ops for me? Elevate. Wow, that was dangerous business. It was very close. Elevate, fortunately for them, they had a player out there to get the recall on, so they will get their numbers back up, but that was dangerously very close. Synthesis would have put a dangerous gap between the 2 of them if that played off the way they were expecting, but fortunately for them, they made the right call, and they had one player at the recall to save them in the final moments.
Oh, that was so intense, and you saw Elevate started. They got the first knockdown there, and you thought surely they might be able to go and come out of that gunfight properly, or that team fight properly in their favor. But then 21 came and he said, "Oh yeah, bet I'm gonna do something for Priest, and I'm gonna do it in grand style." And they just went all out there. But again, fortunately, Elevate did have the 1 player to go and man that recall. But in the meantime, there are 4 eliminations off the back of that one, and Synthesis on fire. They are hot. They have come to Rondo quite hard. 15 teams still standing, and HORZ Esports have still not connected to a single lobby, man. I don't know.
Wow. Horn Legends, they have been really, really struggling. Really struggling. 1 point so far. Third game, still yet to find your footing. But, you know, it's something that hopefully they will be able to find a way through. That's a good grenade. Shatters the concept there, but Vanta will take their own hits and they will be sent back into the lobby there, courtesy of Neon Outlaws. Neon back to full strength again. Bo, TUE trying to capitalize. Grenade, launch into the corner. Ooh, well, that one connected. That guy goes down immediately. Beekeeper has a lot of work to do now. More grenades getting sent forward as Switch has pulled up to the scene. Papi getting knocked away. And they have to be very careful. There's a lot going on in this area. A whole lot of teams with the same idea, with the same executions. But TUE, can they capitalize on this? Beekeeper still yet to move from muscle. He's gathering as much intel as he can. If he can launch another grenade, he might be able to change things here. Synthesis, on the other hand, a little bit more underhanded as 21 has been knocked away after that sequence that he just pulled away. But the UMP it wins every single time. And Bo goes down. Synthesis will lose out. It will be playing with just a duo, but fortunately for them, I believe they will be able to get their numbers back to full strength courtesy of those recall centers. But right now, Neon, only 2 players with the guys from TUE lurking around.
That's not really the safe place to be. They're going to get a recall. So back to full strength. A lot of teams, a lot of action being found, but ultimately, no team has been wiped out. So it's more of like, put me down, I'm just going to go and get a recall again. But that can only last for as much as 15 minutes. So once you get to that 15 mark, you know you have no more recalls, and you have to make sure you're playing your lives as properly as you possibly can. And right now, Vanta Legacy has just one man standing, and hopefully he can go and recall the last 3 to join him back. But when a lot of eliminations to the board, but it's going to be Synthesis with the first 4 they got very early off the start of this map, and they're holding it down, and looks like nobody has been able to get anywhere near them. Elevate who, are very aggressive off the start of every single map. They've slowed it down. Synthesis have touched them in places they did not know they could be touched, and now they're starting to slow down. Pride. They haven't gotten a single kill, but it's just a start of Rondo. But a team that's aggressive as Pride, you'd expect them to actually go and start getting a lot of work in at this point in time. 15 more teams now. Papi goes to fall down first, and that's going to be a team fight coming through. Score, then he gets put down as one the kill for the aggressive finds 1. The back and forth are all through the map, and a lot of teams, a lot of different engagements at different points in times as Bowser gets put down. And if you're 2 All-Stars, you're down to the last player, and you are in a very heated zone. Obviously, Sports are close by as well, but they have all 4 players, so they can make something work for third party around this map.
The third parties are going to give us a little bit of an idea on who wants to capitalize on farming as many eliminations as possible there, but Vanta have their legacy tainted. They go out again earlier than they would have liked. Morife has run back to the lobby for the second time in a row that I've seen him get sent back, unfortunately. But a freestyle, and they get their angles right again to that corner. Sahil with a line of his own there. Molotov, a little bit more too much pressure as he almost burns himself alive. And that would have been a very interesting opening to get a couple of shots onto the guys from Royal Academy, but unfortunately, Sahil just did not have the answers in that moment. Synthesis back to full strength now, 4 eliminations to the good and more getting forward. Toxic's grenade is right on the money. But the smoke grenades is also going to be dropped off there to allow them for another opportunity to make something happen again. M4 against UMP, high ground versus low ground. The high ground usually wins most of the time. And now Tams has to press forward. He has to make sure that his teammates do not get flushed out into that position. Tries to better his angles there, but if he can get his way up the stairs, he might be able to cause some chaos here. S12K is in hand, and he does connect. Beautifully shot, headshots, immediately goes for the clutch. And that is a job well done. Tams now putting Royal Academy back into the conversation. They're currently sitting in the top 5, and this is exactly the kind of performance they need to have.
VANTA is the first team out, the first team wiped out, unfortunately for their side and for their hopes of finishing top 7 still in this particular map, because I'm pretty sure they're going to be dropping after the map ends. And right now, 14 more teams, 8 minutes on the clock, and it's all down to firefighter. Man, now look at the, oh my freaking god, drive in with the Lamborghini and hit the man, and that's going to be just Elevate once again trying to get kills, and now they're going to get 3 back-to-back freaking kills, and they are now going to tie things up with Synthesis, who did really good there before. But I mean, Royal Academy on the 6-2 mark, I don't even know when they got those eliminations, but they look like they are definitely on fire for a Rondo map. And this is the one thing I love about PUBG Mobile. It's hard, and you ever barely see a single team win 2 back-to-back maps. And you also just see, you know, teams that didn't probably pop off in the last map, they start to pop off in a different map. And this is my favorite map, Rondo. And you can see these guys, man, they are giving me all the action that I so badly wanted to go and see on this beautiful map.
And that is one for the history books. But Rondo is always going to give you something special. And now we are going to see how they can get very proactive with it. But right now, Royal Academy, 7 eliminations to the good. Best performance I would say they've had in the opening sequence of any of these 3 maps so far. So this is a very good shout for them. Green Wolf still yet to get any points on the board for the team so far, but 7 eliminations off rip is a very good start. First phase of the zone allows for them to get closer to the sequence. So far, we have only lost 1 team. A whole lot of recalls have happened in the last 10 minutes, give or take. So there is a lot of ground to cover here. Looks like Wolves have Ghost lurking in the corner there. Royal Academy have to be very careful. Anybody that comes out of here is going to be absolutely blasted with bullets. Probably will not even make it back to get picked up by his teammate. Probably going to get flushed immediately with one fell swoop. So you got to move as a unit. You have to make sure that the job is finished.
That's a very important thing. So you don't want to get too aggressive, because this is Rondo and there's a lot of teams around you. So third parties are a pretty sure thing. But look at the Wolves. The Ghost is there trying to give it info. I think, you know, as well, Academy also up top the roof for him, but he has them. So they want to make the move towards him. No, I don't think they know. That would have been a free kill. He's playing safe though. He's playing safe. I think this thing was also it's a 2v1 push, and they can split from 3 sides. And now, yeah, there you go. Who's gonna fall down first? Ghost absolutely caught it. Can he make it work? The answer. Oh my freaking god!
Well, wow. They say this is a big, rich town, and Ghost has arrived. Wolves will howl onto the moon there, sending Royal Academy players packing it up. Yang and Green Wolf with the last 2 left, but fortunately for them, recall is in full effect and they will call their teammates back. But what a 1 versus 2 sequence there coming through from Ghost. I mean, they did not see him. It was just as if he was a ghost, and he made them disappear behind those 5.56 bullets and those shell casings. And this one gets delivered to Ghost.
Why would you land? Why would you do that? No. Tell me why exactly. Like I don't even have the words. You saw your 2 teammates die there, and you decided, oh, you know what? I'm still going to land in the most open roof possible. That there's a player. Come on, man. Come on, Chris. What was that?
Now, Aura Gamble now. Aura Gamble. You know, payoff. Aura Gamble. It didn't pay off.
Wow.
Really thought his aura was going to save him there, but nah. Not this time. Not this time. But, well, Ghost has to be careful this time. I mean, they do know about his position, but I don't know they know now. I don't know if they're aware that he has a teammate now. But he makes the move immediately into the corner there. Champ is behind. And now they will be pressing forward. Smoker and Yang working hand in hand, trying to figure out exactly where he is. But it's going to be a real cat and mouse game inside these last couple of seconds before the zone closes out, Carl.
Yeah, it is, man. It is. We're stage 2 going to a stage 3. And so far, the grand finals have been nothing but exciting. All 3, especially on Rondo, man. Rondo. And finally, I see Murife on the kill feed, and he's not the one dying. Hello, Murife. Finally, brother, he's going to get a kill for himself. And now, so far, though, 12 and 42 on the clock. And Neon Outlaws had a wonderful first 3 maps yesterday, and then it just fell off. And so far today, it's not been anywhere near a first wonderful 3 maps. They are still sitting pretty at number 12 on the table with only 1 elimination this match so far and 6 points in total. That can't be good, but I mean, they can still work it up. They still have Rondo, the entirety of Rondo, and even 3 more maps. X goes in, finds a kill. He's going to get confirmed 2 people footing them down, and Neon X finding a double kill there. And they're finally starting to make their way up that table.
Well, you can see X gonna give it to you. Neon was sharing those shotgun shells around like Christmas presents, and unfortunately, the rest of the guys from Genesis just had no idea on what to do about that one. Marife and the rest of his teammates have pulled up against the guys from Neon Outlaws. Can they deal with the Nigerian Giants? We're about to find out. Skoda just circling back there, gathering some more intel. It is a 4 versus 3, I believe. Neon, I don't think they have all of their players in this area. Okay, Beekeeper's actually playing a little bit of an off angle. Oh, this is very good. This is a very good play from Neon Outlaws in very good position, gathering as much information as they can before they start to take it upon them. And here it starts to work. Marife is going to be the first victim. He goes down. That guy gets a sequence. Fatal goes down as well. 2 players knocked away. Skoda and Saint are going to be the last 2 left. And Beekeeper is in the background. And he has given away his position there, but he has to advance as well, play a little bit closer. For Fatal is taking more and more hits, and he will be getting flushed down the toilet. End of the road for him. Beekeeper pulls up. He has to make sure he wins the 1v1 there. Molotov right inside of that corner there. Takes a little bit of the HP. Neon, they can feel it now, but unfortunately X is forced out. He's going to be knocked away into the corner now. Might be getting flushed into the corner as well. Saint, no luck. Neon will outlaw them, and one take Esports, well, they will turn to old takers. Nothing to take out of this game. Back into the lobby they go.
Hey, let's all takers, bro. I do like what puts, well, properly put that. But now 13 more teams and 50 players still here. Got any stage 3 more to go into stage 4. Oh, we are already at the land of remote respawn. So this is the point where there's no more recalls. If your teammate gets put down, you can't recall them. So you have to play your lives perfectly well, just like you would in Erangel or Miramar. You make sure that you are not losing lives unnecessarily. And now this is where things start to get actually tense, and every single matters. Every single engagement is going to matter. And you're also looking towards that placement point gap. It's currently about 13 more teams, so 5 more teams to get put down, and we can start talking about placement points. But of course, we are still in stage 3, so there's not really a lot of danger around the circles, and you can still play however comfortably you want to play. But eventually, when we go towards stage 4, stage 5, stage 6, that's when it's going to get really tense, and you need to make sure you're having very proper back positioning if you don't want to get wiped out.
Nice shots. This is a sequence from what we saw from match number 1 between, Team Pride and Neon Outlaws. And Team Pride came out on top. They came out on top, and they got those eliminations off of them. And it looks like history is about to repeat itself again. Who is he? Driving a little bit too close for comfort for that engagement. He takes a couple of hits, but enough for him to reposition himself. But right now, Neon Outlaws could be in a lot of trouble as they are not in the next zone. They have to make way to get into the next zone. Beekeeper, unfortunately, will succumb to his injuries there. Pappy is the one that gets the last drop on him. TUE Esports adding another elimination to increase their tally to 5. And that will be the end of the road as well for Malefic. End of the road for him. Blood Pact, no chance for them to add to the ones they've already got. No points, no elimination for them. And we're down to 12 teams, 44 players. There's still a lot of players inside of this circle, Carl.
A lot of players, no doubt. You can see that on the mini map. Everybody's making their way in. The ones that are outside are making their way in as fast as they possibly can. A lot of driving going on, a lot of walking as well, a lot of smokes and nades trying to make sure you don't get exposed. You can walk through those grasses. A lot of tall grasses as well, so you could just probably crawl. But in the meantime, you have teams in the house like Freestyle that are going to be looking outward and trying to put anybody coming in from the circle, putting them down. So This is what we did talk about. Eventually, if we're starting to go into a stage 4, stage 5, you need to make sure you're in a comfortable plot of sport in the circle. And I think that's what Synthesis are very good at doing. So they can pick off teams that are coming into the circle. And how the hell did he get that long range kill?
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Team Pride, you can see what they are doing though. They're playing a little bit slower, trying to keep their numbers up. And they want to get into the final sequence there. Sidelines into the guys from Genesis. Genesis are taking a lot of damage here. This is very expensive the way they are playing. Bounce pulling up onto the scene there, but no chance for him. He's taking a lot of hits. And his teammates are pulling up into the mix. Also, that's a beautiful shot just right underneath the vehicle there. And unfortunately for him, Pride will take that one upon themselves, getting the drop on him. Had no idea that they could get an angle that nasty. Yen is immediately going to pull up and confirm the elimination. And he does the job there. He gets the angle quite rightly, but they do have his teammates to the corner. He has to be careful as well to make sure he doesn't give away too much. But they have a nice position. Yen is going to advance their position, trying to get them into the next phase of the circle as we are heading into phase 5. Play zone already on the move. And right now, Elevate 5 eliminations and counting. Synthesis do have 6 though. So again, it is anyone's game at this stage. Elevate also trying to put the pain on pain right now. Solid grenade getting launched onto Borny. And now there's chaos for Pain right here. If Elevate can circle them, they're trying to box them in, force them into a very uncomfortable angle to make it very difficult for them to hold the sequence and hold the lines there. But Thugger's pressing forward. And now Amu sprays into the right-hand side. Quick sprays, tries to hold it in, and the ADS will come out on top every single time. The M4 clutches up, headshot to the corner as well. A little bit more of a shot. AUG switches up immediately as well. Tried to go for the drive-by, but it doesn't work. Turns his back immediately. And that is the plan. That is the execution. Thugger has to be careful. Sprays into the smoke. And Elevate have lost 2 players in that sequence as well. Monarch and Logic both taking hits. And Fabian immediately pulling up into the smoke, but he can't see. His vision is obscured. And he takes a couple more shots. S12K inside the smoke. He drops him and he flushes down. And Elevate will not take this one without backing down. They will hold it in. 8 eliminations, but unfortunately, the cost was very high. Monarch and Logic will pay it in full, and no chance for them to get picked up at this stage.
And this is so bad for them. It's just 2 more players, and do you have the #1 sport looking like now in terms of eliminations? Of course, 8 on the board for them. Actually, Wolves who have 9, but they've already been wiped out. So we have 9 more teams. Synthesis now, Milk, LRK rather. I've been calling him Milk the whole day, but apparently it's not it's MLK. So Synthesis are also going to get wiped out. We are now down to placement points. 8 teams left, and of course, each of them at least promised a 1-point placement. And at this point in time now, everybody has to be extremely careful. Elevate though are not going to lose any of their players, as they're going to be able to pick everybody back up, and of course they are getting healed up as well. So Elevate are looking properly positioned to go and win the whole thing. But of course it's also HORZ on Legends, who have all 4 players standing, and they are the only 2 teams currently with every single squad member intact.
And that would be a feat, a major feat right now. Genesis, 5 eliminations so far, but they are only playing with Alostro and McKay. And they might have to hold this one down just a little bit more. But Elevate, back to full strength. Somehow, they made it through. And they've spotted the guys from Team Pride. Yen had his head out a little bit too long there, and immediately they will capitalize. But this is going to cost them. They're probably going to lose a player in this engagement, taking on the guys from Team Pride. First grenade, the opener that they have been looking for. Trader is going to send a grenade of his own as well across to the pond there, and he launches one perfectly as well. Another hit into the corner. Monarch, another one, and more grenades, but that one connects just to give them a little bit of a warning. The smokes have been dropped into the corner. Elevate have to be very careful. They have a hillside position. DEJAVU might decide to pull it upon themselves then to cause some more chaos in that exchange. Over to that northern side, Fabian and the rest of the team there, they have to be very careful. They're dropping the nachos and the Doritos from the heavens to provide themselves with a little bit of cover. But how much cover can they get in this open space? Horn Legends also pulling up into the mix. McKay making a rotation in from that northern side. 8. Even the guys from DEJAVU trying to hold it in. More grenades, more assault onto the guys from Team Pride. And that's another fantastic one and another one. But the grenades, will they ever run out? They continuously cause chaos and more grenades this time around. But Elevate in trouble. They're fighting on too many fronts. Pride are trying to hold it in. That's a fantastic grenade on Yen. And he goes down as well. That's one grenade for 2 bodies in the air. And now Team Pride in a lot of trouble. But Elevate, their spread thing, they cannot commit to all of these at the same time. Yen is continuously taking damage and he's spraying into the corner as Monarch continues to try to hold on the guys from Neon Outlaws. I believe is that not that guy, the last one left for them into that corner. But fortunately for them, they have the basis to work this out. TUE also putting work in, 21 going down, but not that guy, unfortunately. No luck for him as he gets knocked away. It doesn't look like his teammates will be getting him picked up. Trader into that sequence as well. Big sprays over to that toward side again. The grenades are flying through and Elevate getting pushed back. Traitor has taken hits and here come more grenades from Team Pride. They're forcing Elevate back, but Monarch will send a grenade of his own as well, and that's 2. Devil, and who is he with 1 grenade? Everything collapses and now they're looking for the opening. They found it. Traitor got swept away in that sequence and there's no chance this time around for Elevate not to get this job done. Devil, and who is he? Unfortunately, there is no way for Team Pride to get back into sequence. Hopefully they will find a way to hold on, but no luck. Yen goes down. End of the road for Team Pride. 13 eliminations for Elevate.
This guy's on fire, Bisky. They've had the most eliminations every single map. I think above map 1. Yeah, even map 1, they've had the most eliminations for every single map so far. And it looks like they are properly positioned to go and also get the winner chicken dinner for the very first time as well. They have all 4 players standing. And now, mind you, they are the only team with all 4 players, as 2 All-Stars only have 3, and everybody else has 2, 1, and 1. Now the second starts to close in. 25-minute mark, and now Dead goes in. You get put down. Your Outlaws gets eliminated. 4 more teams, and that's it. Things are starting to get very, very heated up right now. It's all down to the survival of the fittest. And if you're Elevate, you look like you might be the fittest in this point.
TUE, 12 eliminations. I mean, I know their fans are going absolutely crazy in the chat right now with this performance, but Elevate, they're adding more and more, but Logic had no idea, had no answers. His bow now immediately getting that job done. Molotov from Thugger immediately setting fire to the rain there. You would think he's Adele with the way he's singing with those bullets over to the other side. More shots with the Mini 14. They're trying to keep him all the way back. Fabian continues to apply pressure with Monarch playing behind him, but Elevate, this is their game to win. They've got the most eliminations so far. There's still a lot of ground to cover. Horn Legends still very much in the mix. Genesis also in there, but TUE, they are looking very confident with the way they have been able to hold the lines for the longest time. But again, the numbers are in Elevate's favor, and Tweet21 gets caught out in that rotation. He takes a hit, and that will be the end of the road for him. TUE now down to just 2. Elevate now have the numbers advantage finally over the rest of the lobby here. But Bo is into the corner. Is in the MG3 again with the M4. He gets into the corner, might take a couple more hits there, but Horn Legends, they could capitalize on this one. They have to find a way through. The play zone is not favorable, and McKay puts the final nail on the coffin for them, and he exposes himself, and he will be taking a hit, and Monarch will see the job done. Elevate chicken dinner.
They did comment, we have talked about it, we have expected it, and they finally have delivered it. Elevate Esports, they're very fast winning a chicken dinner in all 3 days, and of course it's gonna happen when it matters the most, because now surely and firmly they are going to be locking down that number 1 spot in our first half of match sport. Before we even go look at that overall, look at the elimination mark for them, with Toga on the 6th elimination score being their MVP for this run on Rondo, brother.
Wow. I mean, talk about absolutely cooking these guys. they had 19 eliminations. This is what Rondo gives you. No, not 19. Wait, is that my bad? That's 18. Yes, 18 eliminations they got. 18 eliminations. This is what Rondo gives you, man. Rondo gives you the ability to express yourself, elevate, showing exactly what they're made of. And now they have pushed that needle a little bit further. Synthesis did not do enough. They didn't do enough to cause any problems for Elevate. And now Elevate have taken the game to them. And again, Rondo gives you a different perspective. 97 eliminations, big numbers. Even more damage dealt, twice the number from what we had, twice the number of heals as well from the previous games. Average survival time, pretty much the same. Way more throwables used, way more knocks as well. Rondo is just X3 everything. But MVP, 6 this time around, not 7, not 6, 7. Thugger in front, Elevate on the front foot. 6 eliminations, 1,500 in damage points. I mean, this guy was absolutely cooking, and I think he might just finish strongly for the MVP race.
Most likely, he was number 1 going into map 3, and now going into map 4, he's definitely locking down number 1. And of course, the match ranking for this particular map on Rondo, Elevate Esports able to rank up 28 total points, and Synthesis are not even in the top 8. So yeah, Elevate are absolutely, but both Pride and Synthesis are not in the top 8. So the battle for that top feed right now, it's looking like Elevate have it on total lockdown as we make our way towards the map 4. This cannot be good.
Yeah. 10 points between the first two. I mean, that gives you an idea of how far Elevate are willing to take this. But I have to respect the fact that they have been pretty consistent, and I talked about Synthesis, how they played in the first game, how they played in the second game. Rondo does not allow them to play in that way. They started quite nicely. They had a couple of ideas, but in a map like Rondo, you have to go above and beyond. You have to just do a little bit more than everyone else, and just to come up, just to avoid coming up short. Not necessarily winning, just to avoid coming up short. You just have to do a little bit more than everyone else, and that's exactly what Elevate has done. And they have taken this game 28 points as opposed to the points that they have accrued so far. The race is going to get steeper and steeper. Team Pride 6 points, Synthesis also 6, Pain also 6 on the board, and One Take Esports with 2, Blood Pact and Vanta Legacy, no points on the board for them.
Yeah, of course, not a shocker whatsoever here in the top 5. It's still Thorga who did it down on 15 eliminations on the board, 10 for Monarch, the only 2 players alongside Zeke on the double digit so far for total eliminations. And of course, Synthesis still have 2 players there, and of course, Fight still has 1. But Elevate right now, they are making the rules and they are claiming all the victories. Maybe not all the maps, but of course, they are getting the most kills in every single of the 3 maps that we've seen so far. So first half done and dusted, and we already know who's most likely going to finish off as that number 1 MVP. It's always looking good. But now we go into the overall standings. Look at the Jesus Christ, Priest.
60 points for Elevate, Synthesis, and interestingly enough, the top 3 teams from match number 2 are still the top 3 teams. But now there's a little bit of a gap there. Again, this might surprise you. This point gap might surprise you, but it's not a surprise to me, though, because the job is not done yet. Elevate need 2 more performances like the one they've just had to guarantee this game, and this is where it gets very interesting. They finally got in the chicken dinner as opposed to, Synthesis and Pride, who got the other 2 chicken dinners. So the top 3 teams are teams that have all gotten chicken dinners. Genesis, Blood Pact, TUE, yet to turn things around. Royal Academy as well. Neon Outlaws still yet to find their footing. Wolves, Freestylers, Pain, and Horn Legends still trying to find their way around. DEJAVU, Vanta, One Take Esports, and HORZ. These guys, they haven't figured it out yet, and I believe this next game is the last chance that any of these teams will have, to figure something out going into the next couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're wanting esports on the 4-point mark, I don't know. I just don't know. 54 points away from the top one, about 35 points away from number two. You're really, really looking very bad, and you're going to have 3 back-to-back flawless maps if you want to go and stand any chance whatsoever of being in that top 3. And my God, we are done and dusted with the first round of maps. We're going to round 2, but in the meantime, Synthesis has Pride and Elevate, the 3 teams today already have a map to their name each. And are we going to see these same 3 teams go and dominate the second round? I'm hoping not. I want to see a whole bunch of new teams start to come into the mix of things. But I mean, I don't think we're going to stop Synth Elevate get the most eliminations. So I don't think that's something they can do here, Priest. I don't.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to see, like you said, I want to see some more teams step up to the plate. I think we saw a glimpse of that in Rondo. I finally saw TUE doing something special, getting a couple of eliminations in here, there, and I want to see more of that. There's some teams that just take a little bit more time to adapt. 3 games is the max they can do, though. For game number 4, you need to lock in, and you need to start getting those points to not allow Elevate get out of the game, and then you start being the one chasing. You just can't do that in the last 3 games of the tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the IGE Community Series Africa. It is the grand finals. 3 games down, 3 more to go. We're heading back to Erangel, but before we do that, we'll take a quick break. By the time we return, more action. Jump 21! More Rondo came in as 21 has been knocked away after that sequence. He just pulled away, but the USC instead and this one gets delivered to good. Juggers pressing forward, and now the right hand side, tries to hold it in at the ABS as well, tries to wait for the drive by, and the left turn is back immediately, and that is the plan. Double, they're fighting on too many fronts. Right, I'm trying to hold it in. That's a fantastic grenade on the end, and he goes down as well. That's how the base is to work this out. Team also putting work in, it's 21 goes down. Team Pride has forced it, elevate back, but 100% the grenade of zone as well, and that's 2. Hopefully they will find a way to hold on, but no luck. The end goes down, end of the road, Team Pride third, and McKay puts the final nail in the coffin for them, and the explosion himself, and they will take the grenade off the wall. You gotta love this angle, and he's trying to go for the finish, and that guy there, he manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off he goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini spotted as well from ML throws the flying to the about to make Lucky show that he can feel some pain the entire time, and he paid off. And now MG trade off into the corner there. Logic takes swaps through, jump 21! More on his hand, 21 has been knocked away after that sequence, but he just pulled away, but And this one gets delivered to it. A lot of hits, and his teammates are pulling up into the mix. Also, that's a beautiful shot. Well, and now straight into the right hand side. Quick sprays, tries to hold it in, and the ADS as well tries to go for the drive by, but it doesn't work. Turns its back immediately, and that is the plan. They're fighting on too many fronts. Trying to hold it in. That's a fantastic grenade on the end, and he goes down as well. That's the basics to work this out. TUV also putting work in. It's 21 goes down. Fry gets forced to elevate back, but one up the second grenade of his own as well, and that's two. Hopefully they will find a way to hold on, but no luck. Head goes down, end of the room, right third, and Sanchez puts the final nail on the coffin for them, and he exposes himself on the really shaky grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles, and he tries to go for the next angle, and that guy pretty much plays there. Manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off guard. Ronaldo just he goes down, and no one was expecting the grenade almost sending it off, but the mini player out here spotted, Tansu spotted as well from Erangel. About to make much know that we can feel some very cool the entire time. Big off. Now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their logic trade. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It is the IGE Community Series Africa PUBG Mobile action brought to you by In-Game Esports, and they're absolutely cooking. It is the finals. 3 games down, 3 more to go. We're at the halfway point now, and Cal has been by my side this entire time, and he has seen some amazing things that I go see Mouse Luffy talk type of thing. So Cal now has been a little bit more surprised, but now he's seen how energetic and electric it can get. Erangel for the second time tonight, and also for the last time tonight, we saw how it went. Synthesis came up with the chicken dinner in the first game. Now we saw how they played. Probably going to play the exact same way to see if they can get the same results as they did the last time. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. But who are you going to keep your eyes on in this next game? But me personally, I think I want to see more of the same from TUE. They looked very good in the last game. I think I want to see them keep that energy up. Hopefully, I think they will be able to at least put some extra points on the board for themselves.
Yeah, no doubt. We saw them cook a lot the last map, and I mean, I did expect so much of them, and I'm really looking at that top 3 spot eventually. But in the moment, though, I think the one team everybody has had eyes on has been Elevate, and they've just been, smoothing through every single map. Probably not the winner chicken dinners, but they've been able to get the most elimination on every single map, and of course, good placement points on every single one as well. But I think there's one team that I personally want to look out for, apart from the top 3, it's Pain Africa. They've had a very slow start. The last time I saw Pain Africa was on day 1. They won the very first Erangel. They had the slow map between map 3, and then towards the last 3 maps, they broke out and they were able to place in a very good squad. So I'm really surprised to see them doing so poorly today, and I'm hoping that they can finally start to get that momentum. But I mean, is it too late? I don't think so. There's 3 more maps, and out of 3, we are in the first one in our last 3 rodeos, and it's going to be Erangel, and the boys are already about to load into the game. Let's go first.
The plot thickens as the teams are readying themselves. Match number 4 for the IGE Community Series Finals. Plane is in from the south side, and the teams have already started to make their way into their designated positions without having to waste too much time, because they all have plans and they're all trying to execute something special. But we'll see if they will stand on business. 60 players, but there can be only one winner.
Only one to leave that winner chicken dinner with a whole plate full of chicken. Only one team can lift it up. So far, so good. We all have, again, 15 teams loaded in. So we've had one team that have not been able to load into a single map today so far. I mean, yesterday was Elevate loaded in only on the 4th, 5th, and 6th map. But I mean, even on the 4th map, we've not had HORZ spot loading, so I think that's it. I don't think they're going to be able to get into any of our 6th map, unfortunately. But yeah, 15 teams loaded in, 60 players in all those teams, and it's all down to the action as we start things off. Like you did say about Synthesis, you know, the first Erangel, they started really slow. They were playing so safe. They had everything they needed. They had the circle in their favor for the first 3 stages, and eventually, when the time came, they put that to very good use. Can they do that again? Can lightning strike twice? The answer we are going to find out at the end of this map.
Speaking of lightning, Thugger is about to try to light the guys from Genesis up there. Can hear the Tommy gun going up there. He has to be very careful. It's a shotgun though. Oh, it's an S12K. Has to be very, very, very careful. Bounce on the front foot there. He's taking hits as well. He's trying to a corner, but runs straight into the Uzi. And it will give him a round of applause. Back into the lobby he will go. Genesis immediately cut down to size. Elevates have started to rev their engines again. And coming off that last performance that they had, it looks like they're about to do more of the same, Carl.
Yeah, probably, most likely, actually. Might as well do it. I mean, they've been able to get the first elimination. It doesn't get any better than that. But at the same time, I think there's one thing we keep sounding. You don't want to get too cocky. You don't want to start to get too aggressive, as that can mess things up for you. Especially, considering what happened on the Rondo map, Elevate almost got wiped out. It was down to that one player, and they were just able to get that recall. On a map like Erangel, you might not get that chance. So you don't want to get too aggressive. You want to make sure you're ready to fight, and they have to be taken before they are taken. But I mean, if it's Elevate I'm talking to, those advices are probably falling on deaf ears, bro. In the meantime, all 15 teams are still left standing, and currently at the table, it's looking really, really a bit far. And if you're Synthesis, this was your map the first time, can you do it twice?
Ooh, Royal Academy putting it straight to the guys from TUE. Bu goes down, Pappy as well, getting flushed down. Well, spoke too soon on TUE. They're down to just 2 now. And Royal Academy have been a thorn in their side. Not the way they would have wanted to start this game as well. But Royal Academy are going to chill in the boatyard, gather a lot of intel. And that's just the thing about Erangel. You know, you're coming off of Rondo. Everyone's spirit is high. Morale is high. Violence at an all-time high. But then you remember there's no recalls in Erangel. If you're sent back to the lobby, that's where you're going to be. Unfortunate scenes for them, though, but it is what it is. DEJAVU on the bicycle heading to Yasnaya. And Neon Outlaws have returned to base, military base. And they will play it slow. We'll see what the play zone has in store for us by the time we get into the last 2 matches.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Royal Academy able to get 2 kills on the board, and they're looking for a lot more potentially, though. Smoker, it's just that trying to get a bit of a scout. He's behind. The rest of the team's gonna
got in advance of him, so I think he's the one playing safe. And while they go into the feasting, but T All Stars T21 in a very bad spot. He's all alone on top of that building, and the players might be making that push eventually. They might get him out to the door. They go on. They are not going to let him get a single shot in as they go on rampant through him and put him down. And 2 All-Stars are down to one final player. This cannot be the start that they wanted. Definitely not, man. Definitely not.
Absolutely. But now, he would have it would have been very ideal for him to have a grenade. It would have been very, very ideal for him to have a grenade. I think a grenade would have changed the entire dynamic of that. If he timed that grenade perfectly, he could have just launched it the moment they opened the door, and pandemonium would have broken loose. But we will see. We will absolutely see if they can keep it up. But Royal Academy, very good start for them. 3 eliminations onto the front foot. It's a very good start for them, and they're in a very nice position. I'm not sure they're aware of where Dead is, so I don't think they want to capitalize on giving away their position too early. But it's a 4 versus 1. Dead is in with a DBS in hand. He probably wants to take one of the guys from Royal Academy back to the lobby with him, and I won't be mad at that. I mean, a point is a point. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. He does have an M4 and a DBS. That's a nasty combo. But the guys from Royal Academy, they are moving as a unit because they know it is one player left and they cannot take the risk of being surprised. Well, is Yan going to be the one surprised here? You see, they're moving. Yep, no space. There is no space. He's not making it out. Gets the first one. Oh!
Jesus,
well. Shotgun shells. And they will be dead indeed. Well, you gotta respect your DBS. I mean, even moving as a unit does not save you from the DBS. Straight Shakabula to the chest. End of the road for them. Dead for TUE. My goodness. 1v3 Swiss cheese with the shotgun. And now Smoker is going to have to think twice. Does he even want to deal with that guy? Yeah, because he's probably thinking about, like, look at how he parked his car. That's to tell you that this guy did not even know what he was getting into. He just hightailed it and he popped it out, man. Unfortunate scenes for Royal Academy. I would not believe that these two teams would have 3 eliminations apiece, but look at where we found ourselves.
It's insane. That 1v3 is something I want to rewatch over and over again. I'm pretty sure I'm going to rewatch that, even react to that on the video, because my God, that was absolutely flawless. But now, 15 more teams. Royal Academy left to the last player. 2 All-Stars as well left to the last player. Now, Smoker, Vanta Legacy, you're going to get the information on exactly what the one is going to be. So they're trying to get maybe a quick long-range poke, but it's not really going to do much against them. And now, I mean, if you're a Smoker, I wonder what the comms are going to sound like. It's going to be chaotic because he's going to be asking them, what exactly just happened? How the 3 of you died to that one player? But in the meantime, Darren, look up the table. Elevate have also lost a player, and that's Monarch being put down. So, I mean, yeah, we did talk about them not being too aggressive because it could be very costly. Synthesis, however, as usual, very quiet so far in the Erangel, but they have all 4 players standing, so it's all going to come down to when are they going to start getting those engagements coming in through, and then are they going to start getting kills.
Valid thoughts, though. Playzone is quite interesting, though. You can see set it up quite nicely. Synthesis, on the other hand, this time around, they've not been blessed the way they were in the previous game. I think it's Pain that has taken that position from them. And we're going to see if the strategy is going to work this time around. Smoker actually goes into the warehouse, and he's very close to Dead. But I'm not sure he knows exactly where Dead is. The grenades are getting charged up. Smoker with a DBS of his own. We're going to see if there is more to that effect for TUE All-Stars. I mean, 3 eliminations for them. Couldn't have asked for something better, at least at this stage of this particular map, so you can't even be too mad. But it looks like DEJAVU will be saying this out something guys from Wolves. And Monarch from Elevate has actually been sent back into the lobby. Not a surprise to me either way, but they're still very dangerous as a 3-man team, Elevate. But, you know, 4 is always going to be a better number to have, especially at this stage of the game, but we'll see. DEJAVU right now, sitting quite nicely. I don't think they're going to give away this position. I think they will hold it for the foreseeable future, so it's not a bad position to be in, but we will see. Pain have them locked into the corners, and they're trying to send that vehicle into flames to make sure that they can't get out of there when it's time to move. So smart play for the guys from Pain.
Yep, smart play indeed. All 4 players standing. Do you have numbers? That's going to be very vital. Team number 5, 6, and 7 on the table, all having just the 1 player left. So it's all going to come down to them trying to play for displacement points. Possibly, I mean, if you're 2 All-Stars, you believe in that last match because you saw a 1v3. He can do a lot more than that. So I think they know they're in safe hands, and they know they can probably get a couple more eliminations on the board and even get maybe a placement point as well. But in the meantime, though, 15 teams are still standing. Not a single team has been wiped out. MLK gets put down now. Synthesis look like they're about to lose their first man. 21 able to get that trade, and no one gets put down. So Mario's going to get that Razor, Bonnie Falls, Neon find to kill, and look at that fit going absolutely chaotic now.
Very chaotic. Way too chaotic than they would have liked, though. But right now, Home Legends. Oh, that's a nice one. Switch did not like that grenade. If this one connects, he's in trouble. And he does connect. Dynamo with the hits. Synthesis packed up and shipped out. And now that space for top 2 has opened up quite nicely for Team Pride and the guys from Black Pact to take it over. Neon Outlaws in a little bit of trouble here. They've run into the guys from Pain. Bonnie has to be very careful there. Beekeeper almost getting run over. But you're getting flushed there. Ooh, he gets behind the tree just in time. But I think they will be going in for the flush. Doesn't look like he will be getting picked up. His teammates are just too far away to offer any form of protection. Neon Outlaws again. I don't know if anyone they can chew here. Do they want to take the engagement with Pain? I mean, it is a 3 versus 3 though. Pain do not have the numbers advantage, and they are trying to bait them out there using that teammate that they've got out in the open. It looks like they might be doing it instead. Wow, if Pain allow Beekeeper to get picked up, this might be nasty business for them, though, because it looks like that's going to be the case. TUE, unfortunately, end of the road, but that is exactly part of the strategy that they were looking out for. They wanted them to go for the revive. They wanted them to get into that open space. That guy as well falls for it. Perfectly executed for the guys from Pain. Abraham goes down, but no chance for the X as well. He goes, and he's going to get flushed off. Can Abraham get picked up? I think he can, as that guy gets flushed. Unfortunate scenes for Neon Outlaws, but no dice. Ooh, Morife is the one that gets the hit on him, and Pain will lose another player.
Yes, they do, and you know, Jens, GA, and Ryan, who are looking at me, those 3 teams both had 1 player, and all 3 players got wiped out at the exact same time. How much more can you twin? You know, they're all twinning, and well, still a good point for them so far. And they're just hoping that the teams below them don't get any good placement points or any active elimination kills as we move on. But in the meantime, though, Team Pain Africa are left with just 2 players. Neona, however, are also left with just the 1. Look at Elevate, though. All 3 players not on full health, and it looks like they're in a very bad spot. 1 player just got knocked down, 3 and 4. So if you're a great fan, it looks like your team is in mortal danger.
A whole lot of mortal danger, if you ask me. I mean, real questions are going to be asked here, though, of a lot of teams. And now Elevate are the ones that are learning the hard way. Pride, there's a big opportunity for them to leapfrog over the guys from Synthesis, seeing as they didn't get any points, but they have been caught as well. They will lose Yen, and that is not a player they want to lose, especially at this early stage of the competition. But there is still a lot of ground to go. But take a look at that. I mean, the top 7 teams, only 2 are left. You know, now we're getting exactly what we asked for, right? The other teams, the teams at the bottom, they are now all putting in the work. The likes of Pain, you know, Horn Legends, and the rest, they are making the work easier for the rest of those other teams. But now, not that guy also trying to hold it in. A move with a beautiful grenade. But unfortunately, it was not enough to get the job done. Couple more shots again will lay through. He's got the UMP in hand there, trying to fade it into the corner. But he might be exposed to the guys from Wolves again, trying to play off that right-hand side. More grenades, more utilities getting tossed down to the corner as well. So he's trying to hold it in. And that grenade could have turned everything upside down. Molotov as well to follow suit. Pressure is on here, but Amo has to be very careful. The guys from Wolves can spot him all the way across. He spits through. Oh, that guy, beautiful job, but he's exposed. He's taking hits into the corner, sways over to the right. The job is done. Woo. 1v1 masterclass from Not That Guy. Wolves were right behind him, causing turmoil, but he did not allow that to phase him. He gets the job done and he makes it quick. Neon Outlaws will hang on just a little bit longer, and right now Wolves Esports are looking for a way to get their own first elimination.
I mean, not that guy, just the last man standing, and he's doing such an amazing job. It's kind of make sure they don't get put down early. But look at the bottom of the table, guys. It's 4-4-4-4. About 5 teams have 4 players, and they're all from 9th place down. So we are on the second half of maps here, and we are about to see a total shift in momentum and perspective, because all our top 3 teams are okay. We do have 2 of them still standing, Pride and Elevate, but Elevate are critically very low, down to the 1 player. Pride still have 3, Blood Pact still have 3. It's all down to 3 of them now from the top 7 in this table, and everybody else, well, just trying to make sure they make their way up the table here. And Hot Legends with the 5 elimination mark, highest in the whole lobby, as they finally start to get a bit of life. But here we go, the zone is closing, and we are making our way to stage 3, and we have 10 more teams and 31 more players left in this one.
Play zone is on the drop. Couple more seconds until he shuts out completely there, and we head into phase number 3 of this game. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the IGE Community Series. It is the finals. The bounty is on. Game changers, though, we've seen so far. It's been a very interesting turn of events. DEJAVU still yet to turn things around for themselves, but this is a very good start, having all of their players alive. Usually at this stage, they probably lost a couple of players in the previous game, so this is a welcome development for them. But right now, it is anyone's game. Elevate are down to just 1 player. There's not a lot of teams in that top position that are going to allow them to get even further ahead. Freestylers also making a play for it to get inside of the zone. They're making a rotation, probably going to run into Wolves on that rotation. There's a big chance that that engagement could kick off any moment from now before phase 4 of the circle. It is all a matter of preference and what they want to do instead. But Team Pride setting up quite nicely in a central position, and they have taken up that central play, and they might be able to operate from that position going forward. Horn Legends as well, they've got Dynamo and the rest of the squad there also looking very confident. 5 eliminations to the good for them as well. There is a lot of ground to cover here with DEJAVU boxed inside just north of Shelter. We are going to see who is going to make that first big, bold play.
Yes, we are, and it's going to be pretty soon. Elevate, still the 1 player. Blood Pact, they do have 3. Just couldn't make it work. A little bit of map surveillance, yeah, and Team Pride. 3 players. Horn Legends now closing. They're going to come in for a full-on fight. Traitor in the wrong house. But the enemies, yeah, they might know. They're going to make that move upstairs. Can they find him? Can he find them? Who's going to find him? I think they're aware. They have seen those footsteps move around, so they probably know exactly the ones that they be coming from. A lot of nades are being thrown. There's no value being found for those nades, but it's definitely going to give out a lot of info. Right now, I think so, did I? Aggressor able to get 1 nade to connect, and Pride are going to lose 1 player. It's going to get knocked down. They can't still raise him up. Traitor falls as well, and that's why be a very bad spot. Devil, the last man now, can he do anything? They're going to push aggressively. They're going to pull 1 man down, confirm the kill, confirm a double kill, and Devil, he's the last man. Can he stay alive? The answer is going to be no. As Team Pride are out and eliminated, and our top 17. I know we only have 2 left. Only 2.
Wow. Well, It was a big play, and as I said, it is all about who was going to make that big play, and it is the guys from Horn Legends that chose to make that play, and they came out successfully. And I want to take Esports. They are in the sidelines of Ducky from DEJAVU. I mean, why not just stand up? I mean, why don't you want to stand up? Why are they prone in the building? You can stand up. Nobody's going to shoot you. You'll be fine. But Freestyle, on the other hand, still yet to secure any eliminations on the board for themselves. But a surprise performance from Team Pride. The opportunity for them to advance their position, to get even closer, to elevate. Unfortunately, they let it slip through their fingers. Now, an opportunity for Blood Pact to advance their position and get into that top two, because they've started off pretty nicely. 4 eliminations. They are looking very good. Right now, Neon Outlaws somehow still have a solo man. I'm starting to realize that this is a pattern for Neon Outlaws. This is like the third game where I'm seeing them with a solo player left. Hopefully, they do much better and don't get caught out.
Yeah, hopefully. But now look at the circle starts to close in. Couple of teams in there. It's all going to come down to who's going to have to not recycle and find their way back into the main circle. Freestyle, they're still standing. 9 more teams, and Freestyle are one of those teams. Again, though had a lot of expectations from them coming into the grand finals. Have not been able to deliver quite yet, but I mean, this is still map 4 out of 6, so they still do have a chance in the next 2 maps, and of course in this map because they're still here. So far, we have 28 players left. We're making our way to our stage 5 eventually, and the circle is going to start to close in soon. If you elevate, you have only 1 more player, and you can see how far away on the map he is. He doesn't want to go into all these areas where there's a lot of teams. He doesn't want to go and get any unnecessary engagements coming through. Neon, not that guy though. Very close to the main circle. He's on the bottom side there, trying to make that move in, but he might get confronted pretty soon. One Tech Esports. What are they going to do? They're currently in a very bad spot on the table. Are they going to be able to get any placement points here? Because, I mean, we still have 9 teams left, and one team among these 9 is not going to have a single placement point.
And who is that going to be at this stage? Could be anyone's game, though. Right now, it could be anyone's game. I mean, 11th to 15th, all of them roughly have all of their players alive. And that should tell you that the numbers game is going to come into full swing, going into the last phase of the zone, though. But we're going to see if that will be the case. Team DEJAVU, they have, however, advanced their position. Iceman making a run for it, and he has to be very careful. That's a very high risk maneuver that he's playing right now. Bloodpack need to find somewhere inside of the zone to call home. We're going to run into Neon Outlaws, that solo player. If he doesn't decide to make him play or make a move for it, he might get caught out. But that guy is just going to hang down a little bit further inside of the shack, not make too many sudden moves, and start to look forward to getting those placement points the moment they start to open up.
Yeah, that's going to be the one thing now, an echo to them, to Neon Outlaws and Elevators. The one thing going to be in their comms is don't take any unnecessary fights that you don't have to take. Just try your best to be on the top 8, preferably top 5, to get maximum possible placement points, and that's exactly what they're going to be paid for. Now let's go. Block Pact going to get spotted by Team DEJAVU, and who's going to fall down fast? Mind you, Block Pact have 3 players. DEJAVU alongside so many other teams in that bottom half of the table have 4 players left, and beyond that guy goes through. He finds the kill of that, has not confirmed it, and now he has. Marifa gets put down. Marifa, what's in the apple, Marifa? What's in the apple?
He must be out of gas because he's been running all night. Well, DEJAVU probably have an idea of how they want to advance their position, but they've wasted a lot of time, though, holding that line in that position. And now they will have to make a play for it. Blood Pact on the other side have commandeered the entirety of this central position, and this could be a big chance for them to get even much closer to the likes of Elevate. Elevate still has Logic, a lone player in that northwestern side, but again, too early is too early sometimes, and Logic has started to cause commotion for the guys from Bloodpath, but they know that he's there now, and he's trying to put dents in their vehicles to make rotation out of that spot difficult for them. But Logic is doing an amazing job of keeping his team very much structured here. And Elevate, a solid performance from Logic right now, where Synthesis and Team Pride have failed, will push the needle even further and out of reach for those two teams.
My God, still 9 teams left. Nobody wants to get eliminated. It's all down to this. None of these teams want to be that team that doesn't get a placement point. No, none of them. The least you're going to get is 1 placement point if you make it the top 8. So, I mean, without 1 point could be an absolute game changer. So, I mean, literally, well, nobody wants to go and fall down here fast. Elevate, I mean, the one player has done a very good job surviving this long. Same thing for Neon, not that guy. And, but they are in a very big disadvantage. And as the circle starts to close in very soon, they are going to be forced to move even deeper into a circle where we have so many hungry teams with 3 men and 4 men waiting to put you out of your misery. But at the moment, there are Team DEJAVU are really at the edge of that circle, so they are going to have to circle in through. I mean, very simple. Look at Logic on the kill for finding the kill. Logic finds Logic finds a double. Elevate are still getting eliminations, even though they have the 1 man standing, and somehow he's going to, come on, he jinxed it. He went too aggressive. He's going to get put down. Yeah, festivals.
Well, that was close. Again, the gap is not as much as Elevate would have liked it, but it is still a gap nonetheless, seeing as the rest of the other teams just couldn't match that energy, and now the gap is going to be closed. But can the guys from Bloodpack even close it? The play zone is very unforgiving at this stage. One Take Esports also looking for a way inside. Ghost gets called, knocked away. Their Wolves in trouble as they're howling about, but fortunately for them, they have the numbers to allow them to play in that manner, but they have been dropped down to just a duo. Right now, Bloodpack still trying their absolute best to turn this around, but they are losing one at a time. Not that guy spinning across the corner there, but that will be the end of the road. Arcane getting the job done for DEJAVU. Iceman has to be very careful there, as he might be getting knocked away, but fortunately for him, there is a lot of cover in that position. Bloodpack back to a 3-man setup, and this will allow them again, but now they're taking more and more hits. Malefic goes down. Grenade is going to be the cause of that one. AKM with a 4x on it. You know that this Arcane guy is super greedy. With the 7.62s, he's launching it all the way across, but no chance for him to connect the dots just yet. VANTA is still causing trouble for the guys from DEJAVU. Bloodpack continues to apply pressure on their position again. More shots into that corner as well. And now is a big opportunity for them to make sure that DEJAVU will not be a source of concern for them anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be important to do that. DEJAVU, they have players that are critically low, so they can't afford to lose any man. 2 players literally have very low HP. A single tap to any part of the body will do, but yeah, they're going to start to get heal-ups finally, thank God for themselves. But 7 more teams, 18 more players, and it's all down to this. Nobody in the top 3 standing. So, I mean, things are not going to dramatically change at the top, but we do have Bloodpacks who could go and shake up things a little bit there between number 3 and number 4, potentially even number 2 as well, but definitely nowhere near number 1. And now Iceman now goes through, he's going to get put down there. Metro finds him, but to your other, finding another kill there. Aggressor, and that's going to be, 2 teams are going to get wiped out in one foul swoop. Wolves is also going to be one of them, and Bloodpacks are also going to get put down. HORZ Legend, the only team with all 4 players, as we now go to our last 4. That was fast.
HORZ Legends absolutely cooking right now. 15 eliminations. Now this is one of those performances that you just love to see. And now grenades flying all the way through. They're trying to make something happen here, the freestylers, but they're under siege. Dynamo launches a grenade of his own. Now that one is going to be cha-ching, cash money. Back into the lobby they will go. DEJAVU down to just 1. It is going to be Arcane. This is a 4 versus 1 as it stands, because Ducky has been knocked away. Doesn't look like he will be getting picked up. Arcane very, very low inside of the blue zone. The moment it starts to move, I believe the most ideal thing would be to take the hit and not give the points to HORZ Legends, but I think they know he's inside of that shack, and they're probably going to start loading grenades inside it. Ooh, well, that one was not hooking.
They definitely do.
This could not be good. That might be a free kick.
Well, did not work the way he
thought.
thought. But he goes back inside, but he's not going to be lucky this time around. There was another grenade waiting for him, and the job is done. Horn Legends, they've woken up, and as we wanted and as we expected, those teams on the bottom echelon have now started to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, finally, man, we asked for it, we begged for it, and now we see that team that hasn't won a single map all day go and get a map on their name. And not just a map, but they also dominated that because, my God, 11 for down, about 18 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken. 18 in total for that team, and they were absolutely fine. The lobby was theirs, Erangel map 2 was theirs all the way through, and they are going to claim their own very fast winner, chicken dinner.
18 eliminations. Wow. It doesn't get any better than that. Now that is a performance that's going to put fear in the boots of some of these other teams that are yet to step up to the plate because there's only 2 games left. Average number of eliminations that we've been getting, you know, across all of the maps. Although the damage in this map was significantly lower than the first Erangel that we had, though. It was quite interesting to see that. More headshots on this end. A couple more throwables as opposed to the first one as well. And again, good survival times. Not the best we've seen so far, but nothing out of the ordinary. But I'm curious as to see who is going to be the MVP. We did have a significant amount of revives in this game as well. But, I mean, Carl, take a look at that.
Yeah, we are back to 6 eliminations as the MVP. It's going to be Horn Legends, Dynamo times 70k. He's going to be the player being able to take that one home. 29 and 43 as far as the survival time. 123 kills and just 1 assist on the board. 689 on the damage score. And well, I don't know. Horn Legends right now, they are. I'm waiting to see what their overall placement on the table is going to be like. But in the meantime, they are going to get 28 whooping points from just this map.
10 points for DEJAVU, though. I mean, this was a nasty gap between those 2 teams, though. You know, I think this might be the heaviest one we've seen so far. Freestyle and Vanta Legacy with 8 apiece. 6 apiece for Blood Pact and Neon Outlaws. 1 take with 5. Elevate with 3. Arguably, Elevate's worst performance so far. But again, they have performed well enough to have a bad performance. So this probably is going to be a blip on the road. Opportunity for the other team to capitalize, but they didn't take it. So it's going to be a very, very tumultuous game for the rest of these other teams that are still yet to find their way around. But it's good to see the teams on the bottom of the table adding more points as opposed to the ones that we've been seeing so far. Keeps the competition a little bit more enticing, don't you think?
Definitely, man. This is a grand final worthy game, especially this map 4 now. We go and see a flip out in that table. I mean, we did also talk about the fact that you did talk about the fact in behind the scenes where we mentioned Elevate might not be able to get Erangel done in the best way possible, and it did actually happen. So Prince might be a prophet, guys. It just might be a prophet. But again, let's go and look at that top 5 players. And now we have 3 Elevate players, even though somehow they had a very terrible map. We have Monarch, Logic, and Thoga, and of course we still have 2 players from Synthesis. Okay, wow.
Elevate, Synthesis, yeah, they were absolutely on tear, and they have dominated that top position for the MVP race. Thoga still leading the charge, and with a significant margin. He's heading to 4,000 in damage points, and I believe he's going to get there by the end of game number 6. But Logic and Monarch are still going to be chasing behind. The only thing they can do is significantly try to make sure Thoga gets the job done if he keeps playing his role. MOK and Zeke, on the other hand, still in the conversations, though. That's to show you that whoever is 6th all the way down is going to be on a serious tear in these last 2 games.
No doubt about that. But now we go to our overall rankings. Oh my freaking god. The table has taken a massive flip. Synthesis From number 1, they've fallen all the way to number 2, the last map, and now they've also fallen again to number 3. As all legends are going to rise. I think they're pretty much a number 12, 13, and now they're all the way to number freaking 2. Wow.
Synthesis, the fall off will be televised. Pride as well have dropped into 4th, but again, you know, Blood Pact had an opportunity to really win that game and put a stifle on everything that we've seen so far. But again, Elevate just needs to win the next game, and I think the job will be done. But they cannot afford to have a similar performance to what they just did. They cannot afford that anymore. You only get one of those, and they have gotten one. They cannot get another. TUE, on the other hand, 23 points, 22 for Royal Academy, though. Still yet to find their way around. Freestylers, Neon, DEJAVU, all tied at the 20s. And then we've got VANTA Legacy with 18, Pain with 16, and Wolves with 16 as well. One Take Esports are just here to take attendance, and they have taken it. Currently sitting in 15th place. Hopefully they will find their form in these last 2 games, but that is, I would hold my breath. Solid performance all the way across though. Elevate 63 to the good, 23 points clear of Horn Legends, even though Horn Legends put in a masterclass of a performance. But now all Elevate need to do is just add a little bit more, and they will get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I did talk about this a lot. The lore of the Elevate team is going to be absolutely insane if they can go and win the whole event. From missing 3 whole maps yesterday to making it to the grand finals, and not just the grand finals, but currently being at the number 1 spot in the grand finals, that lore is going to be absolutely insane. But in the meantime, map 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all quietly done, and we have 2 more maps before we go and crown our champions of the IGE Community Series Africa PUBG Mobile event. And Priest, I don't know, Miramar, Rondo, I'm excited to see what this last 2 maps hold for us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw Elevate. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting one to see how they get up from this performance that they just had. Fortunately, they did just well enough to keep their spot. They added some points, so can they add some more? Well, we're about to find out. Miramar and Rondo, the last 2 maps up right after the break. We'll bring you the action. Yep, no space. There's no space. He's not making it out. Just the first one. Oh! Well. Shotgun shell. But he's exposed. He's taking hands into the corner. Wait for him to the right. The job is... Too early is yet. VANTA is still causing trouble for the guy from DEJAVU.
Definitely nowhere near number 1. Now it's back now. Those teams going to get put out there. So far, 2 teams are going to get wiped out. 1 5.
Well, did not work the way he thought. But he goes back, grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that doesn't managed to try to escape and get the catches in one bounce. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini spotted as well from MLK, applying for Morning their pain, about to make Logic know that you can feel some pain. He needed the entire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner. Their Logic trades on. He's taking damage as well, getting forced into the corner. That is a drop there as well. Out of his vehicle, goes in hand, and he doesn't connect. Beautifully shot.
8 minutes on the clock, and it's all down to fire, and man, look at my freaking god. Jordan's gonna fall down first. Thomas absolutely got it. And he keep down so freaking god.
556 bullets and those four cases, and this one gets delivered to good.
Thank you so much for the entire show. And we will have next one for the back.
Beautiful shot, got it pressing forward, and now straight into the right hand side, tries to hold it in, and the ADF will go, trying to go for the drive by, but it doesn't work, turns it back immediately, and that is the plan. Double, they're fighting on too many fronts. Pride are trying to hold it in. That's a fantastic grenade on Yen, and he goes down as well. That's the basics to work this out. CUE also putting work in, and 21 going down. Team Pride are forcing Elevate back, but Monarch will send a grenade of his own as well, and that's 2. Hopefully they will find a way to hold on, but no luck. Yen goes down, end of the road for Team Pride, 3rd, and McKay puts the final nail on the coffin for them, and he exposes himself, and he will be taking. Yep, no space. Where he's supposed to be, he's not making it out. Gets the first one. Oh! Well. Shotgun shell. Good job, but he's exposed. He's taking hits into the corner. Straight over to the right. Good job is. VANTA is still causing trouble for the DEJAVU.
Definitely nowhere near number 1. And now his man now goes through, he's going to get put on there. Metro finds him. But soon seems he's going to get wiped off. One false. Will source through one of them. Goes back to get put down. This did not be good. That might be a break.
Well, did not work the way he thought. But he goes back, grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle. That guy's beautiful, Michael there. Manages to try to escape, but Devil catches him off guard. Getting out those counts. He goes down, and not what was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini spotted as well from ML10 about to make much know that you can feel some pain immediately entire time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner there. Logic trade.
One final rating from X1 we get the elevator to come from 3 maps down.
All right, it is showtime once again for the 5th time. Match number 5, ladies and gentlemen. It is the IGE Community Series African Finals, and we just completed 4 games, and we're about to head into our second Miramar, also going to be our last Miramar for the night. And based off of what we saw in the last game, the last Miramar game, Team Pride came out on top. I expect them to perform equally as powerfully because this is their favorite map. But in order for them to catch Elevate, they need to do something special, Carl. Do you think they've got what it takes, though?
I mean, the Team Pride that I saw day one, I'd say a big yes without even thinking twice. But judging by what we've seen in grand finals so far, like you said, grand finals is a whole different ball game. And like judging by what we've seen in the grand finals so far, I'd say I just don't think so, man. They have to be extra special and extra aggressive, and they need to at least go and make sure that they get a win. They need to get at least a chicken win at dinner, and they're looking at least 20 eliminations, 25 eliminations if they want to go and take anything away from the side of Elevate. But well, we're gonna find out. Miramar's their favorite map. Are they gonna win 2 Miramars on the grand final stage?
Oh, valid. We're about to see if that is the case. If they win again, now the problem is if they do win, they have to win in such a way that Elevate does not get anything out of the game, right? That's just the reality for them. They need to do it in such a fashion that Elevate cannot do anything to catch them going into the last game, or they need to take it into their hands by actively eliminating Elevate. But you know, that's a high risk high reward type of play, because there's a chance if you do try to take out Elevate, there's a chance Elevate will take you out instead, and then that's a double loss, you know. So you have to make sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to get too cocky around the team like Elevate. They have excellent gunfight skill. They have excellent synergy. They know what to do, and they know how to make the right calls. I mean, we saw that on on Rondo. We did see that on Rondo where Synthesis almost wiped them out. But you can see the big IQ play. One player was not with the team. His job was just to make sure they didn't get wiped out. So he was going to be there to recall them when they needed him. So I think for a team like Elevate, they have such an absolute perfect strategy. It just didn't work out in the Erangel them. So, but anyways, now we are again in our 5th match, second to last, and at this point, we are already looking to decide who's going to take that trophy home and where everybody's going to be placing at the table. A couple changes could happen here and there, but it has to be flawless if you want to go and take away the number 1 spot from Elevate. But now we land in Rusky, now we land in stage 1, 60 players, and all 15 teams are locked in.
Absolutely locked in. And that's what we love to see. Teams locked all the way in. But they have to make sure that they do not get complacent, because that is where things start to get very messy. Team Pride now going up against, I believe, Pain. This is not the team they want to go up against this early in the game. But hey, it is all part of the game. If they can get the early eliminations, it is going to be a good payoff for them. If they can force out one of the guys from Team Pain just into a corner there, they might be able to eliminate him and get the upper hand with the numbers. But right now, Synthesis are the ones putting in that work. They have secured the first elimination, and it is against the guys from Elevate. That is a very interesting dynamic, don't you think so?
No, it is. It definitely is risky. If you Elevate, you don't want to let that happen. I mean, it's just not a good call. It's not a good sport to be in. But Synthesis, however, right now they're looking really, really good, as they've been able to get the very first elimination all around the map. And look at Bonnie in a very bad sport there, Pride against Pain Africa. And Bonnie's not the first to get pulled down. The Chia force first, but there's going to be that engagement coming through. I think one of these teams might get wiped out if they're not careful, as they need to make sure they try to get survival time, because both of them are very, very important in this game, especially if you're Team Pride, who currently are in the top 4 and their place is very much at stake.
Well, that is a very interesting dynamic here. It's a 3 versus 2 with Devil outside, and who is he? Just a little bit too far off to cause any sort of concern here. Pride do not have the numbers advantage. Who is he's position is too compromised there. They can't really do much about it. But Abraham has to be very careful. And again, his angle is very dangerous. It doesn't work, but the problem here is that, who is he is not causing too much of a ruckus from that position. I don't think he's got the right equipment to cause any problems for the guys from Pain at this stage. That is why it is so difficult, and he can't really be a threat to them. If he can get a knock, that might be able to change things, but again, it's going to be very difficult. M249 in sequence though for Devil, and Pain into the corner as well. The trade-off is good. Devil goes down and it's all left to Yen. Yen is going to try to sequence. He turns around and he does take a hit. Pride are losing out. Traitor outside. and that is exactly how they would get the job done. Traitor just scrambling. Who is he scrambling as well? Traitor, end of the road for Team
Oh
Pain,
my god.
for Team Pride at the hands of Team Pain.
What am I even supposed to go and say at this point? How on God's green earth does Team Pride get wiped out as the first team? We're talking about the fact that they won the last Miramar. They could possibly do something here as well. You know, making the map, start to make that comeback to us, the number one sport. But okay, we lied. We lied to your faces as they are going to be the first team out, and they are sent back to the lobby to go and wait for the next map, which is going to be on Rondo. But in the meantime, no more Team Pride, and definitely no more chances of Team Pride getting that number one spot. Except, of course, Elevate do nothing as well on this map, and everybody else above them do nothing as well. Then we still probably have one more chance in Rondo. But in the meantime, this is a very, very bad start. Very bad game, very bad map for Team Pride as they are out.
Yeah, I mean, I would call it capitulation there. They started quite nicely, got the first elimination, but you know, I think Pain just had a little bit more in terms of firepower and manpower. I think they got on the luckier side of the loot and utilities, and Team Pride just didn't have an answer for that. Unfortunately for them, did not work out the way they wanted, and they paid the price. But right now, DEJAVU playing as 3 as well. A whole lot of teams have lost players relatively very early. A whole lot of teams, actually. And with that performance, Team Pride have now allowed a gap to form right just behind them. And a couple of teams will be exploiting that gap in this game. And we might see Team Pride finishing as low as 6th or 7th.
Yeah, man, it's really not looking good at all for them right now. It's really not looking good. Whatever they may, it has to be on Rondo. Whatever they may be able to go and do again, it has to be on the Rondo map. They have to give it everything they have. And Rondo, it's still far away because we still have Miramar, where all these teams that are playing Miramar, they're still alive, are also going to be playing Rondo. So, I mean, Lightning has to strike 10 times if they're going to get any solid placement for this event right now as it stands. But again, we have 14 more teams, 53 players in the lobby, about 6 minutes already elapsed on the clock as we are making our way towards the 7th minute, and of course the stage 2 in less than 5 minutes. So at this moment in time, every team, every elimination counts, and you don't want to take any fights that you don't need to go and take. Pain Africa already with 4 eliminations on the board, and we all know where that 4 eliminations came from.
Exactly. It's a good start for Pain right now. Very, very good start. They're doing everything right. They're looking very confident, but Genesis is another one of those teams that have been very, very hot and cold so far, very inconsistent in the way they have performed. So I think they also need to step up in their performance. They need to turn things around. They need to find their footing. And hopefully there will be a chance for them to do exactly that. But as it stands right now, Elevate, this is their game to lose. All they have to do is step up to the plate, turn things around, get a chicken dinner, and pack everybody else up.
Literally, man. Literally, just one chicken dinner secured, and that's it. They've won the whole thing, but it's going to be very important that they don't get wiped out early. They already have lost a player, but look at that kill feed now. They're going big. They're finding value. They start to get eliminations up and counting, and that's the one thing we did not see them do the Erangel. So they start to get eliminations now. Hopefully they can go and make that work and transfer it into placement points as well, and start to get their numbers even further up that table and potentially go and lock number 1 spot down, and of course the champion and the trophy for the IGE Community Series Africa. But in the meantime, 14 teams are still here, 51 players left standing. Stage 1 not yet done, but we are very soon going to make our way towards that stage 2 as the circle is already going to be started. It's really starting to close in, so there's not really a lot of trouble for the stage 1 circle. You can literally be outside the circle, make your fried chicken, eat it, drink water, and then come back to the actual circle. So I don't think it's that problematic. But eventually, though, as you start to move on along the game, you want to make sure you're around the playable zones.
Exactly. You always have to make sure that you are in the right place at the right time, especially in Miramar, because like we know, Miramar has a lot of hills and valleys, and it looks like Elevate could be caught between a rock and a really hard place here. They are trying to breach the guys from Vanta, and it takes a little bit more. Again, that was a good, very risky play though. Fabian goes down courtesy of that grenade, but is it enough? The Thugger immediately applies some more pressure. Vanta, do they have enough? Logic already pulling up to the scene. They're actually going for the reset instead. And Logic will now apply that more advanced amount of pressure again. More hits into the corner as well. And that might be the end of the road. First hit goes down. End of the road for Vanta. 4 eliminations now for Team Elevate. Vanta sent back into the lobby. Elevate are doing exactly what they need to do, Cal.
Yeah, exactly what they need to do. Get as many eliminations on the board as you possibly can, and make sure you also get at least a top 5 placement. Then probably, you could go and finish off strong in Miramar, and even look at Rondo to get even more of those points and claim your trophy for sure. But I mean, in the meantime, thinking about HORZ Legends, they've not been able to get any kills whatsoever on the board quite yet. But the game just started. There's still a lot of time. We are just barely at the 11-minute mark, and 10 minutes loaded in. We're almost at stage 2. It's 1 more minute and 8 seconds on that clock, and counting down very freaking fast. So, yep, I mean, it's still a lot of time. Stage 2's closed. You can still do whatever you want to go and do. Loot before you start to shoot. But in the meantime, though, you also want to make sure you're playing towards that playable zone, getting into the circle, and not getting any confrontations that you don't have to get into, especially if you're a team like Pain and Elevate who don't have all 4 men standing.
It's all about the valid ideas for some of these teams if they manage to find a way through. But right now, Bloodpath, you can see what their own strategy is. High ground positions. They want to be as high as possible to get a sight line on every single team in this vicinity. This is a very good strategy, especially Miramar. The only downside to it is once the play zone shifts away from that position, if you don't predict the zone correctly, then you're going to be in for a long game, because navigating yourself from a high ground position and then getting into the zone is where things start to get very tricky. But when it pays off, oh, it really pays off. And that's something that most of the teams are still yet to discover, but hopefully they will learn to adapt their positions and get to a better spot in the zone. But we've still got a couple of teams that haven't made their way into the zone just yet. The likes of Neon Outdoors, Horn Legends as well, and even the guys from Synthesis and Genesis. They haven't made their way into the next phase of play, but there is enough time for them to make those plays. Elevate. Oh, what a grenade that was. Well, Fabian had to be very careful. The next one could spell danger. And it does. Royal Academy immediately pulling up to the scene there. Yang is not going to back up at all. He's pressing forward. Thugger, the big man for the MVPs, he's chasing it down. Another hit. These grenades are getting absolutely launched by Yang, and he's going to come outside and press forward a little bit more there. Manages to skedaddle through and advance the position towards the threes, but Logic is in a better angle to cause some chaos. Royal Academy continuously applying more pressure again. If they can pick Fabian up, they might be able to turn it around, but no luck. Logic actually gets the spray onto Tams and immediately punishes him for that mistake. Estroff came to the corner, and again he tries to go for the second smoker. No luck this time. He gets knocked away as well. And Royal Academy, it looks like they're not feeling too royal right now. Another one will bite the dust. Elevate, too much for them. And Lyra immediately going to hit that control. JP is trying to jackpot from the scene because a murder has just been committed, but no chance for him. And he has abandoned his teammates as they call onto him, but he will jackpot into the sunset and hope to fight another day.
Well, control JPO guy. I mean, at that point, what do you do? You know, it's the funny thing is they got knocked down. They were pressing so hard. They thought surely they could actually win the team fight there, but then just came from nowhere. Got those first 2 eliminations down the board, and then they knew that's trouble at home, and they needed to retreat instantly. There, no Academy now are down to 1 player. A 4v3 becomes a 1v3. And the last man, of course, he says, yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to have to go and play for my life. As Royal Academy now are going to have to back down. Elevate on 7 eliminations on the board. The energy we did not see in Erangel, they've brought it all the way to Miramar, and now they are 70 points, 30 points clear at that top. So, whoever wants to take it from them, you are going to need a lot more than one map.
Exactly. You're going to need a whole lot more than what they're currently offering right now. And that is what makes Elevate so, so dangerous. They are such a dangerous team, too dangerous to to overlook. You have to be sure, you have to make the right calls. You have to make sure that every single decision you make is one for the books. But right now, Blood Pact, I mean, there's still a chance for them. They just need a very, very solid game to put themselves inside of that nice spot. Synthesis continuously trying to find themselves back up. As you can see, they're back into second place. Horn Legends also in the mix there, 40 points on the good. But a chicken dinner from Team Elevate, or at least 10 eliminations, will get this job done here. But they cannot afford to get eliminated right now.
Can't afford that. That's the one thing they can't afford it, because placement points, as much as it's very, very important. Placement points are also very important. Imagine getting 10 placement points alongside just 7 eliminations they already have. That would literally quite cement their place at number 1 and hand them the trophy all the way here in map 5. So, but Elevate, they could be looking forward to that one. Take Esports, our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man who's really far from home on the 15th spots. I don't know exactly if they have left in them here, but they're still alive. They're still standing here in Miramar, so they could go and cook up something. But it's gonna take something really special coming out of each player on that roster if they couldn't make anything work. 44 players, 13 teams in the board, and stage 2 about to make way for stage 3.
The right time to make the right moves. Phase 2 of the circle already on the move. Just 60 seconds left until we have another rotation coming in. But Neon Outlaws, full squad, again, in a nice little position that they've got for themselves right here. These are the types of positions that they get the best out of. Right now, Pain, on the other hand, with 4 eliminations, as we all know where they got the eliminations from. They sacrificed their pride for the greater good, and they came out on top. But there's still a lot of ways to go right now, because they're currently sitting in 12th place. All those eliminations, but they are still in 12th place. They need a whole lot more to climb out of that 12th place position. And right now, even the likes of Blood Pact and Genesis and even TUE, they need something special to get into those dirty 30s.
Yes, they do, brother. Yes, they do. I mean, Abraham, is he just chilling in the car? Is he AFK? I want to believe he's just chilling and enjoying the view. I don't know what view you want to enjoy in a desert, by the way, but okay. I do believe he knows something that I don't. But in the meantime, 13 teams, 44 players, stage 3 already made way 4, and he's about to make way for stage 4 as well, but in less than, I don't know, probably 7-8 minutes. But in the meantime, though, right now things are starting to get very heated up. Now the circle is starting to close, and it's only going to get smaller and smaller for each single stage that we make our way to. So all those teams outside the edge of the circle, you want to start making your way to the playable zones before it gets too risky to do that. Because, I mean, if you're outside and the circle's closing in fast, there's always going to be teams that are waiting for you so they can take you down and contest with the play zone. But of course, in the meantime, if you're Team Elevate, you can't not forget, you can't afford to die. They're driving around in that fancy car, but they can't afford to get eliminated. They need to make sure they get as much placement points and elimination points as they can get on this Miramar map, and going into Rondo, they could go and lift up that trophy on the final map and day.
Well, there's a whole lot of work to be done there, but they will, in all of that chaos, they add another one to their belt. And I think at the hands of Horn Legends there, I think it was Aggressor that gets caught out there by I believe Logic. Elevate are pressing this very, very well. All it takes, I believe, 2 more eliminations, and they might just have gotten the job done here. But A chicken dinner from Synthesis will put everything on pause yet again. So they cannot, no matter what they do, they have to make sure that Synthesis do not get a chicken dinner here. But right now, Wolves setting their sights onto the guys from Neon Outlaws, and they are chilling in that northern side of La Cobriera. They're chilling quite nicely, though, in a 2-2 split, trying to keep the guys from Wolves at bay and force them out into the wilderness. Doesn't look like much can happen in this exchange. Just going to be a little bit of a test of utilities, but nothing untoward, nothing life-changing at this stage. But we do have a couple of seconds, 20 seconds until the play zone is going to shift into zone number 4, and that is where it's about to get very, very spicy in this Miramar game.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Everybody's starting to restrict the play zone, so if you're outside the circle, you need to go into the circle, and you need to make sure you're making that move in as soon as you possibly can. A lot of cars are being driven, a lot of players are walking. If you can't afford a car, you might as well use your Legacy's Benz, no doubt. So, yeah, here we go, though. I'm still looking forward to seeing any HORZ Legends yet to get any elimination on the board. Synthesis, however, do have 2, as they have not been able to go and take that number 2 spot from HORZ Legends. But I mean, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's just a 1-point gap between them. Placement points are not even counting yet. Eliminations, a lot of them are still left on the board to be taken, and it's all just going to come down to who's going to be taking them. HORZ. I talk about HORZ Legends. They have lost a player, and now we see 2 All-Stars for losing a player here. Fabian being shot at. He needs to make sure he's escaping in that vehicle, or he is going to be absolute toast. All 3 players still standing. They don't want to go and jinx it now.
Absolutely. They can't jinx it now. They cannot make that mistake of getting caught out. They have played everything quite nicely up onto this stage. 9 eliminations to the good. All they have to do is stay the course. They cannot get overconfident at this stage. And right now, everything looks like it might be going into their favor. Fabian, his vehicle is going up in smoke, and it might be going up in flames. TUE, unfortunate scenes for them. They will be sent back into the lobby. Dynamo, the next victim now, courtesy of the guys from Pain. And now they will lose out yet another player at the stage. 8 seconds on the clock before the play zone moves into phase 4. And now that is where things are going to get very, very, very interesting. And now we'll see for ourselves the rotations that are going to have to come through. Pain and One Take about to potentially lock horns. Skoda has already pulled up into the scene here. Grenade already has pulled the pin and is about to cause some of that chaos. But the Molotov will have them thinking twice. They're boxed in into the south corner of this little cubicle for themselves here. One Take, they need to find something special. They need to find the right grenade, the right utility to turn this around. It is a potential 4 versus 3 here. If they can play their cards right, they should be able to eliminate the guys from Team Pain, because they have the numbers advantage and they have an off-angle merchant in the vicinity. Saint immediately pulls up to the scene. That's a fantastic grenade. There's Koda almost biting the dust. Surely they will have to play this a little bit closer to the vest there. That's a fantastic grenade. Saint is going to throw a grenade of his own as well, and that one connects to Bonnie. He gets knocked away. The opening that they have been looking for, they may have just found it. And now here come the guys from One Take Esports. Another grenade shuts it down. Warney goes down. An unfortunate scenario. Trade-off is good. It takes a hit. Shooting into the smoke. They can't see, but all they will see is the bullets that will send them back into the lobby. Morife with the final blow for Pain. And they will be the ones running out of the lobby.
Pain Africa from 5 eliminations all the way to the lobby and waiting for the last map. Rondo for 9 eliminations on the board for Elevate now. They've had 3 players for majority of the game and they are doing so well. I think I just jinxed them. Logic gets put down, so now they have only 2. And look at that kill feed. Gunfights happening. Oh my god, HORZ Legends are going to get wiped out, and they have definitely lost a number 2 spot. I don't think they're going to hold it down. They do have the 1 elimination on the board, and we have 10 more teams left, and very soon we're going to be going into placement points territory, so things are getting heated up. But of course they've lost it. Synthesis are going to get 1 more elimination. Team DEJAVU wiped out, and things are starting to look very good for Elevate, Synthesis, those 2 teams at the top.
And this is a very good start based off of the performances that we've seen them have so far. It doesn't take too much out of them. They have been very resolute offensively and defensively as well. They did lose a player earlier on, but it did not change anything. Saint had to be very careful there because this is not the team you want to play around with. Elevate have now pulled up into the scene. Can they hold on? No chance. Murife immediately takes a hit, immediately gets flushed 10. Eliminations now on the money for Elevate. Thugger almost getting dispatched there, but fortunately for him, he managed to see his way through and get his HP levels back to 100%. And now, Neon Outlaws on the other side trying to take something happen. Skoda, the next victim, he goes down. Thugger immediately takes a hit as well. 11 eliminations, potential for 12 here. Fatal is going to be the last one left with Saint inside of that corner. But do they know that Fatal is here? I think they do know that he's here, as he is going to reverse and get into the car. And yep, I'm gonna be out of here. This won't pass my power.
This one passed my power. True, no doubt. crazy stuff there. But in the meantime, 9 more teams, man, 9 more teams. And just one more to get eliminated, and then we're gonna start going into that point where Neon Outlaws had to be the team put out, and now every team here is assured at least a 1 placement point. If you elevate, however, 74 points racked up, 11 eliminations on the board. They've got 32 points between them and team number 2. And I don't even think if they get wiped out right now, they are still going to lock down that number 1 no matter what happens. And going into Rondo, they're looking very confident because, mind you, that is the only map that they've won in the whole series so far. Synthesis, they have all 4 players standing. They can make something work. You also have Blood Pact with all 4 players. Wolves are down there. FRST gets wiped out. Freestyle having put out the miseries. We have 7 more teams, and this point is literally the point.
All right, point to make through for Wolves right now, as we do have only 20 players alive. And Blood Pact, this is a very good performance that they have been able to get for themselves. 4 players alive, 5 eliminations. Is giving chicken dinner vibes, but they have to make sure that they are consistent with keeping their numbers alive and keeping Genesis out of the zone right here. They have everything to do to make this happen, as MLK from Synthesis is also making an advance for his own as well. And the grenades might be the ones getting launched over the top there for Malefic again, or almost getting the job done. But that was a bait and switch. MLK immediately capitalizes on that one as he goes down. And 21 also has to make a play for it. Opportunity for them to get inside of the play zone, as the guys from Blood Pact unfortunately had no idea on how to defend that angle, and they have paid the ultimate price. The play zone is closing out. We're moving into the next phase right now, so now is the time to make your move.
Now it is. Blood Pact get eliminated. Oh my god, the casters jinx. You just jinxed them, Brice. I'm gonna hold your neck with that one. Even eliminated, and of course you're the shoot, and now it's only 5 more teams. Actually, make that 4 more teams on the board, as VANTA Esports are going to join them. But at least VANTA Esports are going to be placing top 5 for the very first time in all 5 maps. So finally, they are not just here to side attendance, they're also going to get some solid points on their side. They did also rack up about 5 for 4 eliminations, so I think finally they're going to get a little boost of that table. But in the meantime, Elevate standing, they've got 3 players, we've got Synthesis as well with 3 players, we've got Wolves with 3 players, and we've also got Genesis Esports with Jockey, now just a 1 player. So, well, 3v1. Who's likely, actually, 4 for Synthesis, who's likely to go and come out on top here, Priest? What do you think?
Ooh, could be anyone's game at this stage. Synthesis are pressing forward, though. They're feeling it in their loins. They've got 9 eliminations. And this might be a solid way to close out, as McKay has been dispatched. Genesis go out, and Fabian goes to join them as well. Synthesis, a chicken dinner from them, might put a spanner in the works here. And like I said, The only thing that could stop Elevate from elevating any further is if Synthesis get a chicken dinner in this game. And that is exactly what they plan to do. They have the numbers, they have the angles, they have the positions, but Elevate also have a little bit more of the play zone to capitalize with. Thugger immediately applies some more pressure over to that hillside position, trying to force them out into the open, but Ghost thought he could be Casper, but he's been spawned immediately, and that will be another one biting the dust. I know follows down, no chance for Wolves there. They go out, and now it will be Champ left for them in all of this chaos. MLK has been rotating around. I'm not sure why he went deep into the blue zone there, but that was a bad call, and the blue zone is going to hurt him immediately as well. I'm not sure why he did all that, but he's paid the price, and now he has sacrificed another one. Switch. Unfortunately, he will also bite the dust, and now that will be an invitation for the guys for Elevate to move even further. Synthesis almost had this game in the bag, but they may have just gifted it to Elevate. They will press forward now using the utilities, the grenades, over to the corner. They will hide their position immediately for the off angle, and they will not allow that last extra man, but Zeke has to be careful. Does he know that there is ops right behind him? And no, he does not, but a beautiful switch up over to the other side. Thugger goes down. 21 immediately dials him in. Switch. Hopefully will be getting picked up. Logic plays in behind. Champ has not moved a muscle just yet. He is holding on for Wolves, and he's trying to make something happen for their position as well. Logic is going to play a little bit closer here. He's going to be the last one left. Can he pick up his teammate? I believe he can, but 21 is not allowing him to do so. That angle that 21 is holding up onto the hillside is so dangerous. It is going to force Logic to make a very logical decision to play off the right-hand side, but he has to be careful. Champ could be a thorn in his side in that final sequence there if he's not careful enough. He's going to be the last one left, and everything for Elevate will rest on his shoulders. A chicken dinner from the guys from Synthesis will put a spanner in the works for the guys from Elevate, owing to the fact that they've got a bunch of eliminations there, but Zeke immediately spots Champ and packs it all the way through. That will be the end of the road for the Wolves, and no chance for them now. Thugger immediately getting swept aside. Synthesis is now pressing forward. The South African Giants, another grenade launched over the top side. Logic immediately low on HP, no dice, no chance. Chicken dinner, Synthesis.
Oh my god, Synthesis are just gonna finally, like you said, put a spanner to it. They're gonna close that gap very quick fast. So sure, Elevate, I mean, they both had really high eliminations. What, 10 placement points in rivalry to 6 placement points? That is quite, that's also gonna put a little spanner to that one. But I mean, in the meantime, look at that, man. Wow. Eliminations 3-4, 3-4, 14 on the board for Synthesis, as they are going to claim Miramar, and they are the first team to claim 2 maps on the day. They've claimed 1 Erangel, and they've also now claimed 1 of the Miramars. And going into Rondo, they are the, again, only team to have won 2 maps out of the 5 played so far. And if you're elevating sports, you still have the number 1 board. It's going to be just by just a mere cushion, which you can't lose in Rondo if you're not careful.
Exactly, but you know, Elevate, they have done enough, owing to the fact that I think they just need to be very cautious going into the last game. You know, pretty similar eliminations that we've got over the past couple of games as well. We do have a couple more throwables used here, but the damage points still averaging about 12,000. That's to tell you that there was a whole lot of shooting going on in this particular game. Interesting enough, this game had significantly more heals than all the other maps except for Rondo. Interestingly, very, very interestingly enough that we've seen that. 20 minutes average on the clock here, so we had a lot more players alive inside of this game, and that is the tactical advancement of what Miramar gets you as opposed to the other 2 maps. Is something we've absolutely noticed. But MVP conversations, who snatches it away? I mean, surely one of the guys from Elevate, and I think it is going to be Thugger again. Did I guess right, chat? Did I guess right, chat? Ooh, it's Logic this time.
But see, 6 eliminations on the board, 1,000, 1,380, wow, 1,300 damage for the man there, 7 knocks, 30 minutes of viable time, 301 heals. He was flying through that map. I mean, everybody in Elevate just doing their part, and you could just see clearly that these guys, they really want to go and get the event won. They really want that throne, that crown has been the #1 team in the IGE Community Series Africa, and they could get it. It's just one map now between them and the throne and the crown, but they could still be stopped in their tracks by Synthesis because they are ridiculously close. But 24 and 20 points. The gap is still there, my friend. The gap is still there for Elevate.
Yeah, the gap is absolutely still there. It's like I said, they did an amazing job of keeping the gap running, and they did everything right. The only thing here is Elevate just have to make sure that Synthesis do not outdo them in the last game. But I think they've done just well enough to keep the pressure off of themselves, but we'll see. Wolves, on the other hand, arguably one of their better performances. One Take Esports as well. Genesis, Blood Pact, Pain Africa, all putting in some decent points on the board. Neon Outlaws have averaged, these 4 or 5 points basically all through all of the matches. So this performance, a little bit of a surprise, but still very much confirming the ability of some of these teams. Royal Academy, 2 apiece for them, and Freestyle. Horn Legends and Team Pride, 1 apiece. DEJAVU, TUE, and Vanta Legacy, no points on the board for them. But then the MVP race continues with Thugger leading the charge, and now Logic has entered the conversation with 14 on the board for himself as well. Fabian is also in the mix there with 13, and MLK with 10 eliminations, Zeke with 13 on the board as well. Well, Elevate and Synthesis, top 2 teams, wouldn't have had it any other way. They're showing their abilities, they're showing their domination, and it is well deserved, and it is well worked.
Yeah, definitely what worked. And oh my god, I just lost power. But in the meantime, though, look at the table. Elevate are going to be 83 points, 20 points between them and Synthesis. My brother, I tell you, that is dangerously looking. 20 points between them. If they could just get 5 eliminations and maybe a good placement point in this next map, I promise you, they've won the whole thing here, Chris. They have won the whole thing.
Yeah, again, now 20 points, Synthesis can do 20 points. Synthesis can do 20 points. They've done 20 points before. There's a chance they can do it again. 83 points for Elevate is good, but that game where they slipped up and Synthesis did manage to do something, it's not too far-fetched. 20 points is very achievable. That is a chicken dinner and 10 eliminations. It's not a crazy thing. Synthesis do not have to do anything crazy to win this tournament. Horn Legends, on the other hand, I think they're out of reach. So I think it's a 2-horse race between Elevate and Synthesis. And Elevate and Synthesis, they cannot afford to lose out especially in this Rondo game. 20 points in Rondo is not that difficult, owing to the fact that the recalls are going to be active. Horn Legends as well, 41 points. I think they're out of touch. Blood Pact as well, also out of touch. Pride also out of touch from winning tournaments. I think they can battle for a top 3 finish, but I think anything outside of that, I don't even think they can catch up to Synthesis anymore. But Genesis, Wolves, Neon, all of these teams can still do something concerning the top 3 finish, all the way down to Pain. I think a top 3 finish is still in the works for them. Hopefully that is if the other teams do not cook anything. DEJAVU, Vanta, 1 Take. Unfortunately, I don't think they see anything inside of the top 3 with the way they have performed so far. But, 5 matches down, 1 more to go. And it is going to be Rondo.
Yeah, it's going to be Rondo, man. Our final map, my favorite map among them all. The last time we were there, it was Elevate lifting up that map with the winner chicken dinner. But I mean, again, look at the map. Beautiful maps here. It's been Synthesis able to claim 2 maps. 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar, and they're still number 2 on the table somehow. It just tells you how well Elevate have played on every single map. Apart from that match for Erangel, yeah, we don't really talk about that. We don't really talk about that often, but heavy on the map so far, they've been dominant. They've had totally impressive eliminations, good placements. They've also been able to rack up enough points. So, 20 points in between them and Synthesis. You could say they've already won, but then anything can happen on Monday. If they get wiped out early and Synthesis plays probably the winner chicken dinner again, then that might be a lot of trouble at home for Elevate Esports. But well, it's our final map of the grand finals. In the meantime, don't forget, this is the Community Series Africa, brought to you by In-Game Esports. And well, Chris, before we go to the grand finals, we're going to my favorite map, and we have to go and get a little bit some water, some juice, popcorn, because this last map is going to be as entertaining as it gets. So we're going to see you guys in very short time.
Take a little bit more again. They can keep fading hand off, they might be able to turn it around, but no luck. Logic actually gets the spray. For that mistake, let's go straight to the corner. And again, he tries to go for the second smoker. No, and Royal Academy, it looks like they're not feeling too royal right now. Another one that they have been looking for, they may have just found it. And now, here comes the guy from One Take Esports, another win. Have now pulled up into the scene. Can they hold on? No chance. Movement immediately takes a hit on the top there from Malibu again, almost getting the job done. But that was a bait and switch, and okay.
The pool at One Take Esports. I'm not going to join them, but it's One Take Esports. I'm going to
the has been dispatched. Genesis go out, and Fabian goes to join them. For those start, he could be passed by, but he's been spotted immediately. And that will be another one. Now, the South African Giants, another grenade launched over the top side. Logic, the grenade off the wall. You gotta love those angles. And he tries to go for the finish angle, and that guy really might go. Manages to try and stay in the other catches the ball down. He allowed those guys to jump this. He goes down, and not what he was expecting. The grenade almost sending him off, but the mini DEJAVU, number player out here. There's a spotted, spotted as well from MLK. The front for Oni, they're pain. About to make Logic know that he can feel some pain. Boom, immediately tile time, and it paid off. And now the MG3 trade off into the corner there. Logic trade one. And he's taking damage out there, getting forced into the corner. That is a job there. Down to a dual right now, he's spotted through and he's pulling out of his vehicle. Very tight to the corner, trying to go for the second, swamps through, jump 21! 400 handed, and that's 2100 knocked away after that sequence as he just pulled away, but the UMP, the stairs, he might be able to cause some chaos here. S12K is in hand, and he does connect, beautifully shot.
And it's all down to fire.
Five, 6 bullets on this basins, and this one gets delivered to good. Beautiful shot, and now moves straight into the right hand side. Tries to hold it in, and the ADF as well. Tries to go for the drive-by, but it doesn't work. Turns his back immediately, and that is the plan. Double, they're fighting on too many fronts. Pride are trying to hold it in. That's a fantastic grenade on Yen, and he goes down as well. That's the basis to work this out. TUE also putting work in with 21 going down. Team Pride, they're forcing Elevate back, but Monarch will send a grenade of his own as well, and that's 2. Hopefully they will find a way to hold on, but no luck. Yen goes down, end of the race for Team Pride, 3rd, and McKay puts the final nail on the coffin for them, and he exposes himself, and he will be taking it. no space. There is no space. He's not making it out. That's the first one. Oh! Well. Shotgun shell. Good job, but he's exposed. He's taking the game into the corner. Spraying over to the right. The job is. They have launched a lone player in that northwestern side, but again, too early is yet. VANTA is still causing trouble for the guys from DEJAVU.
Definitely nowhere near number one. And I might now go to these and get rid of that. And try to find two. I'll choose one fall. It is supposed to be not back to the
Well, it did not work the way he thought. But he goes back down. Take a little bit more again. They might be able to turn it around, but no luck. Punishes him for that mistake. Escrow getting to the corner, and again he tries to go for the second smoke.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's our final map in the grand finals. We've come a long way through 3 days of back-to-back top-tier action in the IGE Community Series Africa. All these teams, they've had so much to play for across 2 different sets of days, and now in the grand finals, there's and so much more at stake. The final map, the most aggressive map, rightfully so. It's Rondo, it's Elevate Esports, it's Synthesis, and every other team looking for that crown, for that glory, and for that throne. And with me, I have the best, biggest caster on earth for PUBG Mobile, Mr. Chris. Where are you, bro? Oh, you're here, bro. Right there, bro. Hello, Chris.
All right, yes, sir. Guys, ignore all that glaze. You know, Carl is actually the GOAT. Don't do all those things where that he's talking. But nonetheless, Rondo is here, match number 6 out of 6. And, you know, this final has been an eye-opener. Elevate doing an amazing job so far, sitting on top. But, you know, like I said, in that previous game, they did everything right except win. I think if they had won that game, then the tables would have completely turned around, but they didn't win. So, and the win goes to Synthesis, the team that is chasing them in second place. There's a 20-point deficit between the two teams, and I think Synthesis know that they can catch them. But in order for them to catch them, they need to make sure that Elevate themselves slip up. So a 20-point deficit can turn to 30-point deficit if Elevate can secure some major eliminations early in the game. But with that, they have to commit, they have to take a lot of risks, and Rondo is the map that comes with risks. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the IGE Community Series Africa. It is the grand finals. It is match number 6. Who will be the one? Who will come out on top? Will Elevate get what's coming to them, or will Synthesis cook something diabolical like Compound V and send them back into the lobby? We'll see for ourselves if that's going to be exactly if that's going to be the case. But nonetheless, I really want to see, because I know these two teams, they're going to be looking at the feed. They're going to be looking at the feed. The moment Elevate starts to rack up elimination, Synthesis will be under pressure to do the exact same thing, and they might fall into, you know, making some mistakes or getting caught out when they are trying to finish strongly. So it is really anyone's game between these two. The gap is not significant enough for something not to change it. So I don't think Elevate will slip up though, but you can never say never. You know, you can never say never, especially in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, never say never. I think I've learned that the last couple of days. You can never say never, especially when it's just. I mean, I thought 20 points was a lot, but then Prince educated me. 20 points actually sounds all wins in PUBG Mobile. So yeah, it's not quite a lot, especially if you go and have Synthesis get yet another winner chicken dinner. So if your Elevate is fortunate to survive to at least hopefully the 25th minute mark, and you need to also get in at least 5, 6, 7 eliminations if you want to make sure you're taking that thread and that crown home. But in the meantime, though, we're loaded into the beautiful venue, and it's Rondo. 15 teams are going to load in, but at the end of this game, only one team is going to hold that crown and sit on that throne and have their name etched in history. We are about to go and find out. Walk me through this game, Chris. Walk me through.
Yeah, big game. Very big game for Elevate right now. Bigger game for Synthesis, though, because they may just pull off the greatest remontada I've probably ever seen if they can manage to do something out of the ordinary. And what I mean by out of the ordinary is landing on Elevate and eliminating them. That is the only way to guarantee your chances, because the longer Elevates stay alive, the slimmer the chances of Synthesis winning this tournament. So it is really a matter of getting the job done on their own. I mean, this has to be the coolest glider I've seen in this game, though. This is that is so cool, man. You guys are spending some serious coins in this game, bro, because golly, I need to up my bank, man. I need to up my bank. Be like say I go return to this game, because I don't even understand what you guys is doing here, man. Like I saw someone with like a car in the air. Ooh. Well, Horn Legends in trouble here. Wolves Esports already getting the action on them. Their trade-off is good. The Uzi claps every time. And that will be a round of applause. Aggressor already taking it upon himself. Their Wolves already pressing forward with the MPK. Aggressor has pulled up the AUG in hand here, but this is going to be very interesting. They are doing a little bit of a dance on who is going to bow first, but the AUG is going to be the answer to those questions. Wolves will lose out to yet another one. It's a good shout, nonetheless. TUE in trouble as well. They will lose another Toxic, putting the walk in to Papi as he goes down. 2 minutes on the clock, and bodies are already flying all over the place.
Yeah, that's why I love Rondo. The excitement, the eliminations, the aggression of the start of the map up until the very end. And that's exactly what we're saying. If you're Vanta, you have just one more player in the map for your side. Mind you, only 3 players loaded in for Vanta Legacy. The last player probably went to go back, and he did not come back on time. But yeah, it is what it is. In the meantime, though, everybody's pretty good action in, and there we go. Synthesis is going to lose the fast member. 21 gets put down. This might be a very bad sport. We did say they could make it big. MLK comes through. Vanta killed there. Trades are going to fly all the way through, and Vanta Legacy are going to get wiped out off the feed here.
Whew. Well. Synthesis. Trouble for them there. 3 players knocked away. Fortunately, they have a man alive to recall the rest of the team there, but that was dangerously close to causing a lot of problems for them. And Elevate would have enjoyed that one the moment it happened, but now they have to be very careful. Doing into the corner again, first showing to the sidelines there for Logic, goes for the drop shot, doesn't work. Again, a couple more shots with the SOK there, but the angles are very, very tight for Logic here. They have to press a little bit closer to that position that they've got. And right now, the freestylers are pulling up into the scene there. Dead goes down. TUE in trouble here. The recall center is in touching distance, but Elevate continue to add numbers. And Toxic is going to be the last one left. He takes another hit, and he takes a stabby stab. 4 eliminations now for Elevate. The more they add, the farther away they get from Synthesis.
Yeah, man, you can just look at those. Aggression is starting to pay off, though. It's Rondo. One team already wiped out. Synthesis have all 4 players back into the lobby. Elevate, though, starting to get a little bit of gunfire and a lot of action coming towards their side. There's 2 players who could not be on the full HP there, but they could easily get it back, no doubt.
everybody's still standing. One Tick Esports currently above VANTA Legacy, by the way. VANTA Legacy have taken a massive fall. And they were one of the teams we actually talked about and spoke about, possibly, being on the lookout for, but they just haven't been able to show up any muscle whatsoever on the particular match day. And when he gets put down, Big Africa on the receiving end there, as they're going to lose a player, goes to small falls down for Boys. Again, it's Rondo, man. There's still recalls and all that, but a lot of kills are happening on the map at the same time.
A lot of chaos brewing in the entirety of Rondo. Too chaotic. There is a chance that for every elimination you get here, 2 more eliminations are going down somewhere else. And Logic is the one doing the job again. And now he's added a couple more. Tams, on the other hand, has added one of his own. Whole Legends in trouble there as Aggressor is going to get knocked away as well. Couple more shots there from Fabian, but Thugger goes down. Does he get picked up? Nice shot into the corner as well. Trades off is good. Had no idea into the other side, but he does get dropped off. And Blood Pact capitalizing on that one. Fabian goes down, elevates, losing out here. One Take Esports are capitalizing on this one. Thugger also goes down, courtesy of Murife. And now Iceman also going to be a victim of that one. 5 eliminations for Elevate. Again, in all of this that is happening, Synthesis are not matching the energy.
They're not. And that could cost them a lot because there's still a lot of believers in them. There's a fan on the chat right now saying, I believe Synthesis is for the win. Hashtag Synthesis win. But I mean, right now they're not watching the energy of Elevate. Elevate already have 5 eliminations put across the board and they only have V1. So they have to start getting some serious numbers up if they want to stand a chance to dethrone the or maybe already sitting champions of Elevate, because they look like it might already be their name being written down on that trophy. But in the meantime, though, 14 teams, only 1 team wiped out. As of course, Rondo, the aggression paying off, the 7-minute mark, and you can see so many eliminations across the board. One Tick Esports, I mean, they've woken up in the last 2 months, Miramar and Rondo, but I think it's a little bit too late for that. Now they have 4 eliminations on the board for sure, and they could probably try and get a couple placement points, but it is clearly too late to go and do anything solid on the day. So far, so good. Team Pride find a kill there, and of course, DEJAVU also finding value. 8 finds a kill, and there's so many eliminations happening at the same time across the entirety of the map. I love Rondo. I love this map, Brice. You don't understand.
Well, I can hear it in your voice, the enthusiasm through the roof there. And Royal Academy are trying to hold this down just a little bit to give some space, some semblance of something onto that final third. We're going to see if there's more to be done there. But Blood Pact again trying to hold on. Hold Legends. Unfortunate scenes for them, as Unknown will be getting knocked away again in a quick fell swoop. One Take Esports, they have secured themselves 4 eliminations to the good as well. So as a matter of fact, end of the road for them. Genesis getting eliminated by Pride, and Pride have got themselves 4 eliminations with that exchange, and they still have all of their numbers back up. Interestingly enough, they have been very proactive, and they do have a little bit of the zone to work with in that south side. But we've got Synthesis very, very deep in the south as well. But playing that deep means they will not get as many eliminations as they actually need.
Yeah, that's the thing, and they actually need them. And if it wasn't a normal day, a couple maps back, I would say fine. They could go and play like the first Erangel game where they didn't get any kills for the first 20 minutes and they were just farming. But in a game like this, especially on a map like Rondo, you need to get those kills, especially for the fact that Elevator just simply getting kills already. They have 5, I think about 5 right now, and they're also looking to get proper placement. So if you're Synthesis, if you want to probably smell that trophy, you have to do extra than what Elevate are currently doing. 5-1 on the elimination count. Look at the points right now. It's already 24, and it's only going to keep growing if we're not careful. So Synthesis, it's looking a little bit too late if you're not going to wake up now.
Gotta wake up from that slumber. and get themselves that chicken dinner as phase 1 of the circle comes to an end. And Synthesis are playing very, very deep in the zone. They're so deep in the zone, they have to be. You would think they're digging for oil because too far deep in the zone. They need to make a move. They need to find a way inside of that next phase of the zone. Right now is phase 1. And now they are going to play from that western side. So there's a chance they run into Pain. And again, is Pain the team you want to run into at this stage? Bonnie does get knocked away though. But hopefully they will find their way through and level up on the antes. But chances are the job is not finished just yet for Elevate. Yes, they are in a driver's seat, but again, the job is not finished. They need to do a whole lot more. Murife had no idea that the ops were closer than he would have liked, and Toxic will make him learn the hard way. 5 eliminations there for Blood Pact. Now it's really a matter of them staying inside of this top 4, or rather this top 3 race.
Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. And we're just looking for damage coming fever. Now we're going to be making our way towards stage 2. This is where things start to get a little bit, more tense, but potentially we're still under 11-minute mark and things have not really gone to the halfway point. Mind you, when we get to that 15-minute marker, there's going to be no more recalls, and at that point, you're going to have to play your life to the absolute perfection. You don't want to lose any more lives. So far, Elevate have all 4. Synthesis also have all 4. HORZ Legends on that top 3 spot having all 4 as we are making our way towards the next stage of the gameplay. Stage 2 already loaded in and we are, well, eventually going to have to go to stage 3. But now the second's closing in and look at the mini-map. There's so many teams outside the circle as they are going to have to start pacing. But at the meantime, Yen is going to get a fall there. And now Neon Outlaws are going to see Pride coming in through. And this is exactly what we talked about. If you're not in the circle and you're trying to make a way in, it's always going to be that one team shooting at you and making sure you don't get in it. So now this is it. Neon Outlaws up against Pride.
Oh, and this is the 3rd version of this fight that we have seen. Probably have to try again to hold on the lines there. That guy has to be very careful. The pressure is on his position as well. The bullets and the grenades are flying through. He is under siege. Neon Outlaws in a lot of trouble there. Baby Zen goes down. That guy, the next one to follow suit. And now they will be setting themselves up to pick up their teammates. But there's a chance that they might be caught in a little bit of a very, very tough position here. And that guy had to be very careful in that exchange. X did get knocked away. Is there still a recall? I believe there is. I believe he can still get a recall for his teammates here. This would be the best recall he can get. And hopefully he doesn't get blown away here. But unfortunately, or rather fortunately, he just makes it out of dodge. If he can get to a recall tower in time, I think the job is going to be done. But Devil does go for the flush there.
Yeah. Striving around the fancy car, Team Pride. Just looking for any find they can find on the map. So far they have 7 eliminations, highest in the entire lobby, so quite a lot to do in trying to finding the kill again to make that 8 now. Wolves are going to be on the receiving end of that one. You're within the 30-minute mark, 2 more minutes, and you have no more recall. So you have to be very mindfully wary of that. Be losing any more lives at any point in time. You have to now start playing safe and start making sure you're counting every single member of your squad to make sure they're not dying. But in the meantime, 47 players are still in there. A couple more might get recalled in before that 15-minute mark. Elevate on the 5 elimination mark. They haven't really found any value in a while. Synthesis still on 1. Yes, still not being able to match that level of aggression coming through from the Elevate side. But I mean, they could still make something work. All they need to just do is probably find a way to get 1 or 2 good team fights, and that number is going to drastically rise up. And now Team DEJAVU find the value there, and he's just cross-mapping all the way across the map. And you have to calm down for that. Calm down, relax.
Ooh, well, wow, all the way from there? That's a nasty spray, bro. What? Wow. How was he even tapping? Like, bro, that was some nasty stuff. I ain't gonna lie. Even me, I don't see that often. I was thinking the person that was shooting at him was even closer. only to see who it was. That's to tell you that, yeah, man, there's levels to this, man. I can't even lie to you, man. But DEJAVU, 3 eliminations to the good. And the sprays continue in the light. 8, trying to add some more eliminations there for himself and for his team. But taking a look at the zone, Lautien is where all the action is at. Ghost goes back into the lobby. Wolves will lose out yet again. Team Pride, they're looking very confident in this last game. A chicken dinner could potentially, though, put them into those top 2 conversations, though. You know, I mean, Synthesis are not, you know, if Synthesis had the eliminations that Team Pride had right now, a different conversation would be going on. But it's Pride that's doing this job, right? I was expecting Synthesis to be doing this job that Team Pride is doing right now. Synthesis are playing this a little bit too slow for my liking. And the problem with playing like this is they can be overtaken by Horn Legends and Team Pride. They can easily be touchable at this stage. So they have to be very careful. And when you play like this, you tend to get eliminated before making it into the top 8. But hopefully Synthesis will not crumble under the pressure.
Hopefully is the word, hopefully. Keyword, hopefully. It's all about hope now at this point. Because we are now in the land of no more recalls. 15-minute mark passed, about to hit 16. And this is where every life starts to count. You can't afford to die like chickens anymore. You need to make sure you're keeping every life and making it matter. Every life matters. Every life counts. And at this time, things are starting to get very, very tense. Playing Africa, very close to one thick esports here. Was going to fall down fast, and that's going to be a play on 2 in the kill feed. So one gets put down, dead gets put down. If you're 2 or stars, you just got eliminated. Every single one in that team is gone, and that cannot be good for their Tony, and that's the end of their run. In the meantime, Playing Africa is still here. One thick esports. No devil, no level being found. There's a third party, I think.
Ooh. You might be right. There might be some behind the scenes activities going on there. Not the one they would have liked to see or be a part of, but Pain. They might be trying to hold this down just a little bit. They're most trying to make sure that no one can press that position. They're trying to get their numbers up, but one grenade could change everything here. He had no idea into the corner there. He sways in through the corner, but no luck for him as his S12K is not gonna do the job. Pain might be able to deal with the guys from One Take Esports. One after the other. Fatal will take a fatal blow. End of the road for him. One Take Esports back into the lobby. They will go, and they will finish in 14th place.
Yeah, turns out the aggressor doesn't always win. One Take Esports is so aggressive that they had Pain in one single room, and they could have just pushed together and, you know, done some serious damage, but they just did not find a way to make that work, and they are going to get punished heavily for being too aggressive. Though we now have 11 teams left. We are headed into placement territory, and if you know anything about their Synthesis, well, this is when you have to wake up, because Elevate already have 6 eliminations on the counter, and it's already a 25-point gap. It is starting to look like it's too far apart, and you can't find a way back. Can they find a way back, though? We are going to find out at the very end of the Rondo, but in the meantime, we are at the 18-minute mark. We are edging towards that 20-mark clock here, Priest. We are closing in.
Match time. And it's all about the pressure at this stage, though, from what we've seen so far. DEJAVU making a play for it as well. A lot of teams, though, trying to play more centrally, trying to gather intel they can use for the final moments of the zone here. And now Synthesis have arrived, but there's still a lot of work to be done on their part if they are trying to make something happen here. But we're going to see if that will be the case for them, because Elevate continue. They are relentless. They continue to cause problems, but now Bonnie gets knocked away courtesy of that position as well. Trade-off is good. Fabian will catch Smoker and will light him up immediately as well. Gets him knocked away. Trouble right now for Royal Academy as they might bow to superiority in the name of Elevate Esports. And Smoker, no chance for him. He's going to get packed up. And they're adding more and more. 7 eliminations now. Potential for 8. Potential for 9. They add yet another Elevate have dominated the entirety of the southern side. Now Zeke, they've set their sights on the guys from Synthesis. If they eliminate Synthesis here, the job is done. They are the champions if they eliminate Synthesis at this spot. The moment they find out who it is about to change. And that's a grenade getting launched into the corner there. That guy's grenade might be the game changer. If he can launch it perfectly, it will change things. But unfortunately, it's not enough. I'm not sure they are aware of exactly where they are. But that one could give a little bit of inkling onto their position. HORZ just getting eliminated in 11th. Another team following suit. I believe that was the guys from the Freestyles. And they are back into the lobby. Bin Laden will kiss goodbye to the lobby as well. We're down to 9 teams, 24 players alive right now. And the placement points will start to roll in any moment from now. That guy getting the first spray onto Bonnie, getting him knocked away. AUG in full swing from side to side. They're trying to get the angles right. But Team Pain, will they make Neon Outlaws no pain? Will they hold them off into the back end and force them to make a mistake? Because there is only 2 of them. And there is 3 of Pain right now. But Bonnie's into the corner, trying to get a pick up into that right-hand side. And he has made it through, but he has to be careful. There's an S12K waiting for him. And he might surprise him there like it's his birthday if he's not careful. And they will put him back into the lobby. Unfortunate scenes for them. For Elevate, they continue again to hold on to the guys from Synthesis again. MLK getting Thugger knocked away. And this is the team they need to eliminate. This is the team they need to put on the back end. But Zeke is there. He launches the first grenade. And he launches the second. And Synthesis now have their boots on the necks of Elevate. And they might not allow them to elevate any further. This might be the end of the road. Zeke already driving through, approaching a little bit closer, but MLK drove too close to comfort. He takes a hit, and he goes down as well. Logic trying to play over to the right-hand side, and he might be able to get him dropped off. Zeke plays closer again. Switch pulls up to the scene and runs him over. Elevate dropped in 7th place, and now Synthesis, all they have to do is win the game, and they might be able to turn this around. But a win is the only result they need to get.
Oh my god, this might be the lore. It just might be the come to the now. 6 more teams. It's literally all down the placement now. Team Pride find 1 more kill. DEJAVU are down to the last man standing. 2 men still standing, but they are critically low and they've been knocked down. So they might just be put out. A king gets finally confirmed. Now it's down to those 2 players, and it's a 4v4, v1, v1, v3, v2. The only 2 teams with 4 players. The top 3, Pride, Knicks are ranking upwards again, as they are definitely looking at finishing top 3 right now. 6 more teams, 14 more players in the lobby, 22 minutes on that clock. And if your team Synthesis, the stakes just go way higher. You need as many eliminations as you can possibly bag. And of course, you need to make sure you're winning the game as well. Winner, chicken dinner. The only thing they can possibly accept at the moment. And can they do it? Will they do it, Brice? Will they do it?
It's a matter of will they, can they, or should they at this stage? Because right now, Team DEJAVU down to their last hopeful and are trying to hold it in. Zeke cannot afford to lose out. They cannot afford to lose any players at this stage. Switch down to a slitter of HP, but manages to get his numbers back up there. Moo has been spotted, and he might be pulled out of that vehicle relatively very quickly, immediately as well. Pain are starting to feel some pain again. They drove and lose another, and that's 2 bodies now getting caught out in the open for Team Pride as well. They're trying to cause some more chaos, and it's Traitor as he sets the sightlines into the guys from Royal Academy. It is Pain and Synthesis going head to head and band for band, but Synthesis cannot allow Pride to get all of the eliminations, because if they do, there will be no more eliminations left for them to do. They have to eliminate Team Pride, and they have to do it now. They've only got 7 on the block. They need to get way more eliminations than this, and they have to eliminate Team Pride in order to do that. But Team Pride right now, they've gotten themselves, I believe, 15 eliminations, and a chicken dinner from Team Pride will catapult them into 2nd place, and it will overthrow Synthesis. That will be a significant drop in the prizes to be won. Don't forget, there is a prize in this tournament, and a 2nd place finish for Team Pride right now is what is on the book. Switch with a sideline over to that northern side. Send a couple of shots through. Tries to make it happen, but Charm can't seem to get an angle right into that position. Switch is bouncing from side to side, and he doesn't have all of the play zone to cover his angles with. But Champ from Wolves could be a thorn in their side, because right now Synthesis are capitalizing. Team Pride have lost a player, so they do have the numbers advantage going forward. But can they capitalize? Because right now Team Pride have all the eliminations. They've got 15, and they are looking for a whole lot more to finish this last game strongly.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, my brother. But Team Pride, they can still claim that number 2 spot. If they can just do a lot extra magic, and now Synthesis, I'm like, it gets put down. Vital player falls, and now 3-3-1-1. That's all score. MLK, kill confirmed. Switch now able to get a trade there. Team Pride are also going to lose one player. He's going to get knocked down though, and it's also going to be confirmed now. So Synthesis, they're still very much placed in a spot to go and win the whole thing. They have the light count advantage here. They can probably make it work. They got a total, 16 eliminations for Team Pride. Jesus, that joke cries. And Team Wolves are going to get wiped out now. We are down to our last 3 teams. If you're Synthesis, you can still find a way to make it work. Team Pride is there. Team Pain with just one player standing. It's a 3v2v1. You have numbers to work with. Can you find a way to now close it up here, Priest?
Yes, sir, is all to play for. Synthesis know that if they do not win, Pride can snatch that second place away from them. They have to be very, very careful if they do not get caught out here. Traitor, a very dangerous guy with DEJAVU just lurking in the background. And let's not forget, the last player from Team Pain is also in there. It is a 3-way battle, is a 3-way street. But Synthesis have one thing, the numbers advantage. They can play a sacrificial game. But Trader doesn't want to hear any of that. He is launching the nades, and he is causing trouble for Synthesis right now. Switch has to fall back, and the moment he falls back, he loses the sidelines. He doesn't see Trader anymore, and that is why this is going to be a very, very interesting dynamic. The play zone is going to be a very determining factor right now, because right now Team Pride need to advance their position. They've got a vehicle, but they have to make sure they do not run into the guys from Pain, and only immediately spotted there. Zeke puts him straight down and sends him back into the lobby, and now it is all left to Synthesis. Here they come, trying to hold off the guys from Pride, and Traitor have to be careful. That grenade might connect. It does connect, and Pride will go before a fall here. Synthesis 2 in the blue zone, tries to circle back, but the job is done. Synthesis will get that chicken dinner, but I don't think they did enough. But I think they held a top 2 finish.
I think, yeah, top 2 is sure. There's one, I don't think there's any chance of that top 2. But then, if they do not to shut down Elevate, I still think so. We're going to find out soon. But in the meantime, there's a lot of stuff. Before we get there, let's go look at our team start for our winning team. Synthesis, 4 eliminations on the board for the man of Zulu there. I mean, everybody showing up to the party. Every single player showing up to the party. And 3-3-4-2, a total of 12 eliminations. But that was nowhere near Pride. And we did see Elevate as well with 9 eliminations on the board. So it's all going to come down to placement points. Can that change anything major on the table? I'm going to say no. Well, I don't know. Can Synthesis win today? I don't really think so. We're going to find out when we get that.
Exactly. You know, and interestingly enough, right, we talked about this. We talked about how the fact that Synthesis did not get those early eliminations was what was going to hurt them, and I think that is what hurt them in this game. You know, we talked about how many points they needed to get. We talked about there was a 20-point gap right between them and Elevate. They got 20 points. You know, they did get 20 points, but Elevate also put points on the board. That is why it was so unfortunate, but because I think the only way they could have put it in their hands was to go and eliminate Elevate themselves. But now Elevate got eliminated relatively earlier than they did, so that is what maybe puts things into a very interesting perspective. But who is he? MVP, 6 eliminations for match number 6, and Pride again putting up one hell of a performance, showing exactly what they are capable of. It's just unfortunate that they had two horrendous games in Erangel and Miramar, and just unfortunate. I think they just need to brush up on those maps. They need to brush up on Erangel specifically. They had a terrible Erangel run. Hopefully they learn and improve on that one in the upcoming tournaments.
Yeah, they had a terrible Ranger on both day one and also the grand final. So I'm pretty sure that is not the one map they like to go and play. They hopefully can do something. But look at the point stats. Yeah, Elevate able to pick up 10, Synthesis picking up 22. So just a 12-point gap. Yeah, never mind. Elevate are your champions. But let's not jinx it, guys. When we get to that screen, we're going to talk about that screen. In the meantime, though, Team Pride are going to get the most points out of this Rondo map. 23, 17 eliminations on the board. That is quite something, my friend.
Yes, sir. 22 points for Synthesis, though. Interestingly enough, imagine winning the game, but you don't even win the points. Pain, arguably again finding their footing, but way too late. Royal Academy as well. DEJAVU. I think DEJAVU, this might be their best performance in the entirety of the whole matches today. 10 points on the board, and Elevate as well. 10 points on the board. I think the fact that they got 10 points is what won them this game. If they didn't get any points, I told you that they needed to perform. Imagine Synthesis getting 22 points and Elevate got 0. They would have lost. I told you that 20 points ain't none. I told you that Synthesis to get 20 points, it was never going to be difficult, especially in a Rondo map. It was never going to be difficult for them to achieve. And this is a team that has won 3 chicken dinners. That is to show you the level that Synthesis is at. They know how to win games. Block Pat 6 points, Horn Legends 4. TUE, unfortunately, they showed a glimmer of something, but it was snuffed out. This one just passed them. Freestyle 2, Neon Outlaws 1, Genesis and Vanta just came for the vibes. And here you go, Synthesis. Chicken dinner in all the maps. They got a chicken dinner in all the maps. But it was still not enough. That's to tell you levels of consistency is still the key. Those games where they had the opportunity to capitalize, they did not. Especially in that Erangel, that match number 4, where Elevate got eliminated relatively very early. That was the opportunity for Synthesis to close the gap. Because even at that, we've seen how they've performed. But there was still a competition going on behind the scenes, ladies and gentlemen, between the players themselves. The MVP race has run its course, and let's take a look at who those players were.
Drum roll. Oh, man. Any surprise there? I'd say no. Thugger is going to finish on top. He's been there from the very first map on Erangel all the way to Rondo on our map 6. He hasn't dropped it, and now he finishes at number 1. Thugger, Logic, and now Fabian also joins the party, overtaking both MLK and Zeke and pushing the last Pride player who was there out of the rankings entirely. So we have 3 players from Elevate and 2 players from our team that did win 3 winner chicken dinners, and somehow they're not going to be on that top 3. It's Elevate all 3, and my God, did we expect this? Did we see this coming?
I mean, top 2 teams. Top 2 teams having the top 5 players is nothing unheard of, But ladies and gentlemen, let us see who finished in 3rd place. Drumroll, please, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Community Series Africa, brought to you by In-Game Esports. PUBG Mobile action at its finest. The grand finals. Your 3rd place finishing team is Team Pride. 55 points on the board with 37 eliminations, 18 placement points, and 1 winner chicken dinner. They came really close, but they just had back-to-back horrendous games. The Erangel game was horrendous. The Miramar, they were the first team out of the lobby. It was just unfortunate. This is one of those games where there's no joy, there's no forgiveness when you don't step up to the plate in every single game, and that's just what it is. But ladies and gentlemen, in 2nd place, your first runner-up is going to be Team Synthesis. 3 chicken dinners and not winning is absolutely diabolical stuff. It's hard. It's really hard. You know that the competition is difficult when you see stuff like this. 3 chicken dinners, 33 placement points, 52 eliminations, 85 points. 85 points. But again, it was not enough. It was not enough. And ladies and gentlemen, your champions for the in-game esports community series Africa, the finals, PUBG Mobile 2026 first edition, is going to be Team Elevate.
Elevate Esports. I mean, no
Ladies
surprise.
and gentlemen, 93 points.
Surprise.
They were 8 points ahead of Synthesis. Just 8 points. The gap was 20. And then it drops to 8 in the last game. That's to show you that they really have to fight for it all the way into the last game. That is the quality of this competition. It was very competitive up until the last game. 1 chicken dinner beats 3 chicken dinners when you are much more consistent. 65 eliminations with 28 placement points. Elevate are your champions, ladies and gentlemen. W Elevate in the chat. They get the job done. But Team Pride finally stepping up back into the top 3 with that final swoop. And they stay into the mix. I mean, this is how it started after the first game. Elevate, Synthesis, Pride, top 3. And they finished exactly the same way. Elevate, Synthesis, Pride.
To be honest, man, it's just crazy stuff. And to even make the lore a little bit more interesting, Elevate did miss out on 3 maps out of 6 yesterday, and somehow were able to qualify for the grand finals. Imagine they said, you know what, we've missed the first 3 maps, we might as well just put the fights in the bag and call it a tournament. But they said, no, we're still gonna fight, we still have a chance. And they played those 3 maps with no hope whatsoever, and they finished at number 4 play. And then come to the grand finals, they start off the day, absolute dominance, and they finish the last map in grand style with 93 points, a trophy, a crowd, and their name written in history as the first ever winner of the IGE Community Series Africa. Does it get any better than that, Priest? I don't think so.
Absolutely not, ladies and gentlemen. That has been an absolute banger of a game that we just saw. Elevate battled it all the way down to the last game because they knew that they could not afford to slip up. They definitely just could not afford to slip up, and I cannot blame them, not even in the slightest. There was a chance and they took it and they capitalized on that, but it was a very, very solid performance from them nonetheless. It is something that we have absolutely loved watching. As you can see, the top 4 teams, that is where the chicken dinners went. 1 for Elevate, 3 for Synthesis, and 1 for Team Pride and Horn Legends in the mix. Blood Pact, unfortunately, Royal Academy, all of these teams, they tried their absolute best, but it was just not good enough to put them into those conversations. You know, Wolves, very consistently inconsistent. Pain, they decided to find their footing just a little bit too late, but it is what it is. VANTA could have done better. One Take Esports came to take attendance. Freestyling, TUE showed a glimmer of something special, but they capitulated. Neon Outlaws, again, showed a glimmer of something special, capitulated as well. Genesis, very consistently inconsistent. DEJAVU found their footing a little bit too late. I think they started showing their medal from like game 4, 5, but it was too late.
Yeah, no doubt. Same thing for Pain as well. You know, one team we all had eyes on and just hoping they were gonna absolutely cook. But yeah, at some point in time, they got the game so slow. At some point in time, they started to get a little bit of a live momentum, but it just wasn't going to be that lucky day. But I mean, we've had an amazing 3 days. Big shout out to our sponsors and our hosts, of course. Big shout out to production behind. I mean, I think some of the most unsung heroes in esports as a whole is a production team, and it's one guy behind the screen right now doing all the heavy lifting. So Yashura, big shout out to you, man. You're amazing. Thank you for making this stream as seamless and as smooth as possible. Big shout out to everybody else, you know, we've come together. But it's big shout out to all of you on the stream who have been watching us all 3 days long. But I mean, Priest, this is where we, you know, crown our champions and cut the ribbon to the season 1. And what do we have to say to these people before we go? And
yeah, I mean, couldn't have said it better myself. Big tournament. Hopefully there will be more of these, you know, community series going forward. Absolutely incredible stuff the guys from IGE have put together. And like you said, unsung heroes, Yash in the back, also always on time, always on cue, always professional. We love to see that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the show, the community series, the first season. Hopefully there will be more after this, so stay tuned and stay locked in, and make sure to follow on all social media platforms and subscribe to the YouTube so that you can get notifications on what's coming next. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a beautiful ride with Priest and Cal. Hopefully there will be more of us going down the line, but until then, catch you at the next one.
Fly all the way through and VANTA legacy are once
A toxic is going to be the last one left. He takes another hit, he takes a snap, so he gets picked up. A shot to the corner as well. Jacob is good, had no idea to the other side, but he does get dropped off. But again, the job is not finished. They need to do a whole lot more. Relief fan have no idea.
didn't work. All they need to just know is one again, why don't you get to the front and that number is going to drastically.
He had no idea to the corner, though he's swaying through the corner, but no luck for him as his Excel stays as well. Logic trying to play over to the right hand side, and he might be able to get him dropped off. Seek plays closer again, switch pulls up to the he's getting numbers back up there. Who has been spotted, and he might be pulled out of that vehicle relatively very quickly.
Too hard. And you get back to the juice point. Automatically now says, I'm like, let's put the car in there. They have the line of the fighters here. He makes it work. We've got total, I mean, 16.
Does connect, and Pride will go before a 4 year synthesis 2 in the blue zone.